It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ very much in the red. Big tech is selling off. NASDAQ down 1% right now. The NASDAQ 100 index down 1.1%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining as well. Right now we've got the S&P down 36, 51.13 on the S&P, down 0.7%. Dow Industrials lower now by 0.5%. The Dow down 198 points. 10-year yield 4.29% with a 2-year right now at 4.71%. Spot gold up 87 cents the ounce, a little change, 21.63 on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.1%, 81.15 a barrel. Bitcoin now slumping 3.5%, 68,200 on Bitcoin. Bottom line here, stocks lower across the board. Economic data out today with the University of Michigan's National Consumer Sentiment Index showing little change in early March. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The Consumer Sentiment Index registered 76.5, a tad below February. The data suggests Americans are growing somewhat more cautious ahead of November's presidential vote. Inflation remains an issue, too, but not as pressing as before. Sentiment improved among both Republicans and Democrats, but it fell among independent voters. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And as we have been reporting, Nippon Steel says it is determined to complete its $14 billion acquisition of United States Steel Corp, even after President Biden said that the company should stay in American hands. Shares of U.S. Steel, they're up now by 0.9%. ADRs of Nippon Steel, they're up by 0.2%. Recapping, stocks lower on this Friday. S&P now lower by 0.7%. Balance of Power continues. The Friday edition ahead of the weekend. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
Doesn't that feel good, Charlie?
It
Thank you so
does.
much, Charlie Pellet. God knows we are at the threshold of the weekend. And we've got a lot more to follow here on Balance of Power from Washington as we assemble our panel here with a letter to Speaker Mike Johnson from White House counsel Edward Siskel, who attempts to write while poking the Speaker an answer to the question that we were all asking the other day after the Robert Hur testimony seemed to not fulfill Republican hopes. And of course, we've seen a so-called whistleblower from the FBI be debunked, and this idea of a Joe Biden impeachment is standing on fairly shaky ground. White House counsel Edward Siskel writes, I write you today, Mr. Speaker, because it is clear the House Republican impeachment is over. Adding it is obviously time to move on, warning him not to continue to waste time on political stunts like this. Rick Davis and G.D. Shanzano are with us. That's when you know it's Friday. Bloomberg Politics contributors, our signature panel. Great to see you both back together here. Is he just having fun, Jeannie, or will this actually mark the end of this exercise?
Yeah, I think the White House hopes this marks the end of this exercise. You know, we all sat there and watched this Robert Hur testimony that you just referenced, remembering that the impeachment inquiry started out focusing on Hunter Biden's business dealings and this unproven so far allegation that Joe Biden somehow benefited from those. And yet we were there listening to this special counsel talk about the fact that there were documents in his house that he decided not to charge him on. So, you know, it's a little head scratching where they're going with this, except it signifies that they don't have anything there to proceed on impeachment. The White House knows that. They're taking a more aggressive stance and saying, okay, time to move on, guys. Of course, that doesn't mean that Mike Johnson and the Republicans are going to move on so quickly, but I think they are really poking bear and saying, where else can you go with this? They're sort of calling their bluff.
I sort of picture them all together in a room inside the old executive office building, Rick, having a laugh as they write the 4-page letter here criticizing the effort in quoting anonymous GOP aides to say it's a misuse of power, quoting retiring Congressman Ken Buck, quote, this place just keeps going downhill, unquote. Is this a serious document?
Yeah, this is a campaign document. I mean, like, you would have thought that the president wouldn't use all the resources of the White House, including the counsel's office, to mount a presidential campaign. But I think the Band-Aid has been ripped off of this White House. Okay. Uber conservative up until now. Now it's like, Katie, bar the door. We're going to play the game. And look, I mean, they take their lead from the committee chairman. James Comer said earlier this week that maybe the way this all resolves itself is some criminal referrals to the Justice Department, knowing that the Justice Department isn't going to lift a finger on this kind of thing. But it was a stark signal to the White House that this thing is over. And they just piled on. I thought it was actually one of the most deft political moves that they've done in a long time, which is, if it looks like it's going to happen, be for it and get out there publicly on it.
Well, maybe this means it really is over. I do wonder, without the Biden impeachment, without so many of the other things that this Republican conference has promised, and I realize we're down to a 2-seat majority at this point, Jeannie, the chair of the group that is tasked with getting Republicans elected to the House, the National Republican Congressional Committee, the chair, Richard Hudson, says we've got this all wrong, the idea of Republicans losing the House. He says not only that, Republicans will actually gain seats. He had a conversation with reporters at the big retreat that's going on right now in West Virginia, referring to one of the best political environments we've seen in decades for Republicans because Joe Biden and the Democrats have failed, he says, after redistricting. This is a quote. A lot of people thought the Republicans would be behind, but it's actually been a wash overall. That's Mike Johnson talking in this case. Are we going to see a world in which Republicans have a larger majority in the fall, Jeannie?
You know, it is possible, I suppose, but what they're talking about would be something we quite frankly haven't seen, which is Donald Trump at the top of the ticket, helping those on the down ballot. I mean, that's really what they are talking about. They're saying that, you know, within hours of issuing a call to their conservative members to say, please stop the circular firing squad. Stop attacking your own. And, you know, there's a lot of evidence that isn't happening, including the fact that about 100 of the 209 members of the GOP went to West Virginia for this retreat. The others scattered elsewhere, including Matt Gaetz, who has been saying, I'm in Texas. I didn't choose to go to West Virginia. I've heard nothing about this. Stop shooting our own. So, you know, there's a lot of dissension within their ranks. You know, I'm not convinced. Could it happen? Sure. But we haven't seen long coattails for Donald Trump. He's been able to get himself elected. He has done been far less productive, I should say, on the down ballot.
Rick, you know the map as well as anybody. Chair Hudson says, quote, Republicans in 2024 are going to grow our majority, unquote. Is it possible?
Yeah, it's a little premature, I think, right now to start, like, you know, the victory dance. That being said, there is something going on that is worth examining, and that is the generic Republican ballot in all these targeted states looks really strong. I mean, honestly, you know, you scratch your head and say, what have they done to deserve it? Kind of hard to find, you know, things that we would point to as being big Republican successes legislatively. But Trump is overperforming in a lot of these constituencies. Young people, voters with color, you know, voters who voted for Trump in 16 and Biden in 20 are now back voting for Trump. And the generic Republican ballot looks strong. And so, yeah, I agree with Jeannie. His coattails haven't really been in existence in some time. He hasn't won any election since 16. But I would say if you just look at the ballots today and you look at that generic vote, that's what these guys are holding on to, and it looks pretty strong.
Jeannie, there's a meeting, if I can call it that, a luncheon actually that's underway right now in advance of St. Patrick's Day, the Friends of Ireland luncheon. It happens every year, and Taoiseach comes to town. We've been talking about it this hour. It's usually a kind of a laugh riot. Politicians, including the president, will show up and speak, tell jokes, the majority leader, speaker, and so forth. Get the room kind of feeling good. It's a lighthearted event, and we're hearing more about Israel today because of the way this is playing in Ireland than we are about St. Patrick's Day. That tells us a lot about where we are in this campaign, doesn't it?
It really does. You know, a lot of talk about Chuck Schumer's comments on the floor yesterday vis-a-vis Israel. And of course, to your point, the Prime Minister of Ireland, who is in D.C. today, in Boston, you know, as you and I know full well, the heart of sort of the Irish, immigrant experience in the United States outside of New York, perhaps, had some really, really tough words for Israel and said when he meets with the president today, he will express those. And we know that this is very close to Joe Biden's heart. He loves Ireland. He loves his heritage. As you know, I'm half Irish. I do as well. So he is going to hear some words from the Prime Minister I don't think we would have been thinking of last St. Patrick's Day in a visit like this, which is traditional. So the idea that what's happening in the Middle East has sort of changed the conversation here and abroad is very, very real. And we're seeing it today in D.C.
Rick, this is interesting. In 1980, Ireland actually became the first EU member to call for Palestinian statehood, and it's been a very big issue for folks there. 4,000 messages to the Taoiseach about this, and in some cases, calling on him to boycott his annual visit here to the U.S. Do you suspect they had a tough talk about this at the White House earlier?
You know, I'm sure he mentioned it. I don't know if there's, such a thing as tough talk between the Taoiseach and a president, right? I mean, like, yeah, that's it's like fighting up in a weight class that you really got to be careful not to get knocked out in. So I'm sure it was very deferential. But the bottom line is that the Palestinian lobby has just been all over this thing, much more effectively, frankly, than anybody else, and drawing no distinctions between the contestants for president. In other words, you look at the youth vote being affected by this debate, and you wonder, are they really going to make a differentiation between this administration's conduct and the fact that Donald Trump supports a Muslim ban, right? I mean, like, well, that's a pretty strong medicine to take if you're a Palestinian, and yet you wonder, like, anybody making that comparison at this point? Probably not. I doubt if the Taoiseach's going to complain about Donald Trump. So I think Biden finds himself in a tough spot right now, but I think all of that tends to change toward the election.
That certainly makes sense based on the nature of their relationship and our country's relationship. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, a great conversation as always. They'll be back with us next hour, our signature panel on a Friday, with much more to talk about, important developments in Donald Trump's legal experience that we'll get to with Rick and Jeannie. But as the Taoiseach meets with the Friends of Ireland at the luncheon today, and this is, as we mentioned, a lighthearted and important annual event that takes place here, there's also a conversation that's taking place to the north. After we recently, or not so recently, celebrated the anniversary of the Good Friday Accords, the new First Minister and Deputy First Minister of Northern Ireland are also here in Washington, D.C., here with a delegation having just been reinstated. The executive was restored only 6 weeks ago, and they're here in Washington, D.C. with a slightly different message than the Taoiseach. It's to remind people that they are open for business. And I spent some time yesterday here in Washington, D.C. with the special envoy to Northern Ireland, Joe Kennedy, the former congressman, who gathered an interesting group of folks to talk about investment and where we are here, including Virgil Miller from Aflac, Corey Thomas, who runs the cybersecurity firm Rapid7, and a really interesting collection of people to talk about what is a very important moment for Northern Ireland and what they, of course, hope to be a new chapter. I sat down with the special envoy, Joe Kennedy, and asked him about what this reinstatement means for international investment. Here's what he said.
Any administration, any president of the United States gets pulled in a number of different competing directions. I think it's probably not going to come as a surprise to anybody in this room when I say President Biden is committed to the island of Ireland. Probably not a shock with anybody, right? But he's committed to the island of Ireland, right? You have a president of the United States that made a point to visit the island, north and south, for a series of days just last year to help celebrate and recognize, yes, the historic achievement of 25 years of peace and stability brought on by a Belfast Good Friday Agreement, but to set the stage exactly where the First Minister and Deputy First Minister put it, of we can recognize and celebrate that past, but let's prepare for and celebrate and reach for that future. Because there's an entire generation of young talent that Corey and Virgil are talking about here that don't know, that will read about the troubles rather than having lived them, and can learn about it from their parents without being moored to it. And that's the future that Virgil and Corey and all of these other 230 other American companies here are helping to build 1,200 international companies that are doing business there. And that's the part of it that I see as an outsider, right? Somebody that has come to know the place, I think, pretty well. But when I come into Belfast and head of the civil service took me up to the top of the big cranes in Samson and Goliath, and I took a panoramic selfie, which is somewhat hard to do, but we did, up on top, because I wanted a picture of that harbor, so that when I go back there in 10 years, I can take a look at what it used to look like, because it will not look that way in 10 years. Because there's just too much talent, there's too much opportunity, the place is too great, and the culture, as you've heard from these two gentlemen, who are running global companies that are globally competitive, say this place is special.
The former congressman, now special envoy to Northern Ireland, Joe Kennedy, talking with us yesterday here in downtown Washington as the Taoiseach spends time with the president and with members of Congress today up on Capitol Hill, walking into a weekend that will, of course, mark St. Patrick's Day. And thanks to the special envoy for being with us today on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. A lot more to follow as we add Bloomberg Television to the mix in our next hour. Important developments in Donald Trump's legal saga. It looks like the Alvin Bragg case in New York, the hush money case, will be delayed. And there are questions about whether any of them will actually take place before the election. Sarah Forden will join us. Mick Mulvaney is well coming in next here on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
the world of politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Donald Trump's legal strategy appears to be working. Delay, delay, delay. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as a new dump of evidence promises to postpone the hush money case as it was about to begin in New York. We'll talk about it straight ahead with Bloomberg's Sarah Forden. And with a possible government shutdown happening a week from today, we'll be joined by Mick Mulvaney, the co-founder of the Freedom Caucus, former acting chief of staff in the Trump White House, with analysis this hour from our signature panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and G.D. Shanzano are with us. And we start, as always, with a look at Wall Street. Let's get up to date on trading right now with Charlie Pellet in New York.
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, low of the day right now on the S&P 500 index. Stocks selling off on this Friday. The S&P now down 45 at 51.05, a drop right now of 0.9%. A lot of weakness in tech stocks today. NASDAQ is down 196 now, a decline of 1.2%, with the NASDAQ 100 index down 1.35%. The Dow lower by 0.7%, down 284, and the Russell 2000 just about unchanged on the day. The 10-year yield 4.30%, with a 2-year right now 4.71%. We do have spot gold trading lower, little change, down 0.1%, down $3 the ounce to $21.59. West Texas Intermediate crude 81.18 a barrel on WTI, down by 0.1%, and Bitcoin right now lower by 3.8%, 67,974 now on Bitcoin. I mentioned the weakness in technology today. Case in point, Adobe. It is tumbling after a weak sales outlook for the current quarter, fueled concerns that new AI startups are a competitive threat. Right now, Adobe is down 14.4%. Recapping, stocks lower across the board, with the S&P now slumping by 44, down 0.9%. Again, worst level of the day. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues with your host. Here's Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, thank you. Welcome to the fastest show in politics, the Friday edition. You're at the threshold of the weekend. And there are no such things as slow news days anymore in Washington. As we gear up for St. Patrick's Day here in the Capitol, the Taoiseach is on Capitol Hill with the President and the Speaker of the House. And we are driving forward here with an eye on Donald Trump's legal journey that may have just gotten a lot easier. A massive dump of documents, thousands of them, evidence that dropped on Wednesday, supplied by the Southern District of New York, late in delivering them, will almost assuredly, just ask the judge himself, or the prosecutor in this case, almost assuredly delay the trial in New York. This is the hush money Stormy Daniels trial. Remember, the one that was supposed to happen before the election. There are big questions now about whether that will be possible, and we're joined to talk about this and a few other important developments by Bloomberg legal reporter Sarah Forden. It's great to see you, Sarah. You're having another busy day here. Even Alvin Bragg says, while the Trump team asked for a 90-day delay, he figures at least a month is due, with thousands of pages to comb through here. How did this happen?
Yeah, this was a stunning development that just happened yesterday. And these are documents that had been collected in the federal case against Michael Cohen. They knew they were out there. They had asked for them repeatedly, and they came in over the transom just at the last minute as Bragg is getting ready to go to trial.
This is a trial that was supposed to start on the 25th of this month, right?
That's correct.
Trump's team says they need 90 days to go through all this. What's going to happen?
So almost certainly the trial will be delayed. And as you pointed out, even Bragg has said we need time to go through these documents and see what's in there. I'm sure they're pouring through them as we speak.
Right.
But there still is the prospect that it could be set again for trial within, a month or two. So we could see this case get back on track. I think the bigger concern is for now how this is going to affect this overall constellation of 4 criminal cases, including Bragg's. So a delay in the Bragg case could then have a cascading effect and cause further delays in the other 3 cases, which are already delayed. So it is definitely a sign that Trump's legal strategy to delay is actually taking effect.
What do you make of this? You're an expert in these things. It's such a simple approach that has worked for him over the balance of his life, involved in thousands of cases over the course of his career? Is it as simple as that, that you simply bet on human nature, bet on people to be late, bet on people to not cross their T's and dot their I's?
Well, in this case, the timing becomes especially critical because, as we all well know, we have an election coming up in November, and he's just cinched the Republican nomination, or the delegates to be the presumptive nominee. And so now we're cutting into this kind of race against time. Are any of these cases going to actually produce a verdict before November? And what impact is that going to have either way on voters?
Well, it's feeling a lot less likely at this point. You mentioned or referred to Jack Smith's case here in Washington. We're waiting for a ruling from the Supreme Court on presidential immunity. They've set arguments for April 25th. That means they might not rule on this till, the end of June. And that would then set up potentially a trial to start before the election. But then if Bragg is delayed, I think is your point, we have a collision.
We are coming down to the wire also for the Jack Smith case. And that means that it's very, very tight for that case to actually go to trial before the November election.
So we could then be in a world where none of these trials take place before the election.
This is an absolute possibility.
Remarkable. So Donald Trump's legal team, love him or hate him, probably deserve a lot of credit here. We were asking questions about who would work for this man, and they're winning right now.
I mean, this is thrown, all of these cases are now in limbo, and they are not derailed. There's still a chance they can go forward, but there's certainly a much bigger question mark about them than there was just a few weeks ago.
Last one, and I should have probably asked you about this before now. Fani Willis, an important development today. It's a judge's ruling that she will stay on the case in Fulton County on the condition that the prosecutor with whom she was romantically involved stepped down. Did you see this coming?
This is an absolute win for Fani Willis. It's given a big shot in the arm to her case, but it doesn't remove all the hurdles. Obviously, there's still clouds over her judgment and handling of this case. Technically, even if Wade steps down, she has two other very accomplished prosecutors that can carry this case forward. But this is probably the most complex and sprawling of all the cases. There are 15 defendants. The judge has said, if and when it goes to trial, he wants to break it up into 3 different groups. And now we have Trump's lawyer, Steve Sadow, saying if this case has not gone to trial, and if Trump wins the presidency, he's going to move for this case to be postponed until after the following 4 years. So, again, we're seeing the delaying tactics working very effectively in Trump's favor.
Amazing. Sarah Forden, great to see you. Great work. Glad you're with us here in the Bureau on this Friday when the news is breaking. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Balance of Power, live on Bloomberg Radio and TV, as we add the voice of Mick Mulvaney, of course, spent time as Donald Trump's acting chief of staff. He's the co-founder of the Freedom Caucus, former member of Congress, and by the way, former special envoy to Northern Ireland, which is something we were just talking about earlier with Joe Kennedy on this day that Taoiseach is in town. It's great to see you, Mick. Thanks for joining. What do you think about this? Your old boss, you know how it works with Donald Trump's lawyers. Delay, delay, delay. Seems pretty smart right now, doesn't it?
I've heard that a couple times. I've heard, the delay tactics, delay, delay, delay. A couple reactions to that. Again, I try and shoot down the middle when it comes to my former boss. What else would you expect a defendant to do? If somebody comes into you, if you're in a case and someone walks in and goes, oh, by the way, we have a couple thousand documents that we didn't give you on time. What are you going to say? Okay, that's fine. We can start trial tomorrow anyway. You're going to ask for time to look at the documents. The Fani Willis case down in Atlanta, they didn't ask her to sort of, have that relationship with her prosecutor. They did that to themselves. I mean, I'm sitting here thinking, yes, it sounds like Trump team might be delay, but so is the prosecution, because they're the ones screwing up here and giving Trump a gift. So I'm not sure Trump is to be blamed for that.
Well, who would have thought SDNY would send a gift with a bow on it like that to Donald Trump? But here we are.
I don't think it's SDNY. I don't think it's SDNY.
I know.
Make a difference. This is the state court.
Well, they decided to show up late with the documents. I mean, this could have been handled earlier, as it turns out. But I know your feelings about January 6th. Mick, do you feel like Jack Smith's trial ought to be heard before people vote?
Yeah, the answer is yes. The reason I'm hesitating is that we have to understand that the right to a speedy trial in this country accrues to the benefit of the accused, not the government. And I understand, folks accusing Trump of delay, probably a smart move. On the flip side of that is the government rushing to some type of prosecution. And are they making mistakes because of it? I think there's a fair conversation to have. Everybody knows who's been sued, that justice doesn't work really, really quickly in this country. And there are tools available to you legally, ethically, constitutionally, to slow things down. And that's exactly what Trump is doing. So my takeaway from this, Joe, is that the left is really, really good at hating Donald Trump, but apparently they're not really, really good at prosecuting court cases. So I expect Jack Smith to be a lot better.
That does appear to be the case. And by the way, I'm not making a judgment against delay. Mick, you use whatever tools you have, depending on what side of the case you're on. I completely understand that. I'm just amazed at how effective it has been. My God, we're talking about 91 counts one day, and we could have a world in which there are no trials before the election. There's a lot to talk about here as Donald Trump heads to Ohio this weekend, Mick Mulvaney, and Joe Biden tries to protect his blue wall, as we call it. And you can kind of look at that over the course or track it across the Rust Belt where this election is going to be decided. What's Donald Trump's message in Ohio this weekend?
Oh, I think it's the same as anywhere else. On the economy, are you better off than you were when I was president? That's a fairly easy message to take. On this larger sort of narrative about the weaponization of government, which sounds really esoteric, he gets it down to a real clear message, which is, can you believe what they're doing to me? Look at me. I'm rich, I'm famous, and I'm white. And they're doing this to me. Imagine what they could do to you if they want to pick on you for a while. Elect me and I'll make sure that doesn't happen. That's a real powerful message. You talk about the blue wall, and I get it. And I think, Trump is going to have difficulties in Pennsylvania and Michigan. I don't think there's anybody who's looking around at Ohio as a swing state. Ohio is probably Trump by a good margin. The best evidence of that, Joe, is probably when Joe Biden didn't go to East Palestine for a year, and even with Sherrod Brown on the line. So I think the Republicans are feeling pretty good about Ohio. They're still, got a lot of work to do in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and the like.
It is interesting when you talk about 4 years ago, and I won't even point you to the job market or the economic data because I know the inflation remains a big problem compared to where we were 4 years ago. But we were in the throes of a pandemic 4 years ago, and I wonder if the president will try to remind people of that. Mick, there's a lot going on in Washington I need to ask you about here. The Taoiseach is up on the Hill today. You know what that's all about as the former special envoy to Northern Ireland and as a former member of Congress. But it's looking like a week from now, we're not going to be telling jokes on Capitol Hill because the government might be shutting down. Do you think there's a chance we find another stopgap, or can Mike Johnson pull this off when he gets back from West Virginia?
Well, I mean, what would history teach us? History would teach us that the statistical likelihood is that they're going to find a stopgap, right? I don't think anybody's really hankering for a shutdown. There is a chance you get one by accident. We've had a couple of those in the past. I'll never forget when I was down at OMB and someone walked in and said, Rand Paul just did something on the Senate floor and they can't vote before midnight, so technically we'll have a shutdown for a day or something like that. So that these things happen, these accidental shutdowns, but I don't see the same sort of dynamic you saw in 2019 when folks are saying, let's shut the government down until we get more money for, in that case, the wall. There's a group here who would love to do that in the Hill, but they're very, very small. So I think it's going to be another stopgap. I think it'll probably increase spending, as it always does. They'll figure out a way to get around the 1% automatic cuts because Washington never spends less. But my guess is, they'll either cut a big deal or a small deal, but I don't think they're going to shut down unless it's by accident.
Well, it's this is interesting now. The Homeland Security, DHS, appears to be a sticking point here because it involves the border. That's probably not a shocker. And reports would suggest that we basically get a continuing resolution for that one agency. And then the other 5 bills come together in what we're so cute now in Washington, we're calling a criminibus, CR.
Wow, that's what I haven't heard before. I heard criminibus.
Did you? If this is new to you, then I'm proud of myself. Is this getting a little bit too cute for you, or could something like that pass?
Yeah, but I'm a budget geek. Of course it could pass. The people don't care. Voters don't care. There's a very small percentage of voters in the right wing who care a lot about spending, and most voters really, really don't care, and they don't follow this. I will go to my grave believing that shutdowns don't have any impact whatsoever in politics. People just don't care about them. Can this pass? Sure, it can pass. Just about anything can pass when you're spending money in Washington. Question is, will it on time? I think there's a will to do that, but the place is so dysfunctional. Again, they may accidentally slip past the deadline, as they almost did last week, and will do again in the future.
Spending time with Mick Mulvaney here on Bloomberg TV and radio. You might have heard about the letter from White House counsel Edward Siskel wrote a note to Mike Johnson making fun of him in the effort to impeach Joe Biden. I write to you today, he says in the letter, because it is clear the House Republican impeachment is over. Is he right?
No, I mean, keep in mind the way the first Trump impeachment worked. The second one was different because that was January 6th. It was very quick. The first Trump impeachment actually started with an impeachment inquiry. The general consensus on the Hill at the time was that there was no basis for an actual impeachment, but Nancy Pelosi needed to sort of salve to give something to her left wing, so she gave an impeachment inquiry, and that's when Trump made the stunning decision to release the transcript of his conversation with Zelensky in Ukraine, which is what then led immediately to the impeachment shortly after that. So I think the Republicans are looking their hands over and say, look, Trump screwed up and gave them a bunch of evidence that they didn't have, and it turned into impeachment. Maybe the Democrats will make the same type of mistake. I'm not aware of the evidence they say they've collected. They say they've got some good stuff. They have to have a smoking gun to go after the president. They really, really do. But my guess is this impeachment inquiry will go on for as long as it's still politically beneficial to the Republicans.
Amazing. I've only got a minute left, Mick. You heard what the chair of the NRCC is talking about. Richard Hudson says Republicans are not going to lose the House in November. They're actually going to grow the majority. He's pointing to low polling for Joe Biden. He's pointing to redistricting that turned out to, in the speaker's words, be a wash. Do you agree with that?
It's fascinating. I'm skeptical because I understand the general sort of direction that Washington is going. I understand the seats that are at risk and the Biden seats versus, I get all that. But there's some data out there that might support what Richard is saying, what Hudson is saying. The Republicans are up by more than 10 points the last time I checked on a generic ballot. They were up by 6 in 2010. The folks I've talked to who are not crazy in the Republican conference would tell you, look, Mick, we don't know. We might lose 30 seats. We might win 30 seats. We might tie. We have no idea. It's all over the map right now. And I think that might be right. Hudson's not necessarily wrong.
We'll play this tape back when the time comes. Mick, it's great to see you. Don't be a stranger. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Mick Mulvaney back with us on Bloomberg, former acting chief of staff of the White House, former congressman, co-founder of the Freedom Caucus. We assemble the panel next. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. Like every Friday, our closers are coming up as we hit the campaign trail and look at the impact of these legal rulings. This is Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks trading lower, a bounce off the bottom on the S&P 500 index, but we're still looking at a loss of 0.7%, down 36 points on the S&P. The Dow right now down 228, lower by 0.6%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is down 163, a drop for NASDAQ right now of 1%. 10-year 4.30% with a 2-year now yielding 4.72%. Gold down $4 the ounce to $21.58, drop there of 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil lower a little change, down 23 cents a barrel, down 0.3%, 81.02, and Bitcoin down 3.7%. Bitcoin now at 68,082. Nippon Steel says it is determined to complete its $14.1 billion acquisition of U.S. Steel Corp, even after President Biden stated that the company should stay in American hands. U.S. Steel up 1.5%. ADRs of Nippon Steel up now by 0.1%. Again, recapping stocks lower across the board. S&P right now down 35, drop there of 0.7%. Balance of power continues. Once again, here he is in Washington, Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, thank you. Welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power, live from the nation's capital here on Bloomberg TV and radio. It's great to have you. Kaylee Lines will be back with us on Monday. Will it be a 30-day delay or a 90-day delay? Who cares? Because there will probably be another delay that follows it as we now turn our attention to the Alvin Bragg case, the hush money case in New York against Donald Trump. Guess what? It's supposed to start March 25th, as we've told you. Just a couple of days ago, with the trial date looming, a massive pile of documents, thousands of them, drop, forcing, it appears, this case to be delayed. Donald Trump's legal team is asking for 90. That's why I mentioned that. Alvin Bragg himself, the DA, says probably need about 30 to go through this many documents, 172 pages of which he says are relevant to the case. And guess what? All of it, it appears, could have been avoided. Bragg says the new documents include materials he requested more than a year ago. And so if the Trump strategy is delay, 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 maybe we are learning the benefits now of betting on human nature, betting on operator error, betting on mediocrity. As we assemble the panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, amazing stuff here, Jeannie, as we consider a world in which Donald Trump will face no trials before the election. We don't know that yet, but his legal team's doing pretty well for him, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, in this case, they are absolutely right. They have every right to look through these documents. As you mentioned, Alvin Bragg asked for them more than a year ago. The Trump team ended up issuing a subpoena, I believe it was in January. And of course, again, he is a defendant in a case with every right to go through these. I suspect the judge may split the baby and give him, 60 days, between the 30 and 90. But either way, they have this right. Alvin Bragg has got to be terribly frustrated today that the prosecution at the federal level didn't give these documents earlier. But this is the way these things go. And to your point, the earliest we probably see this happen is late April or early May at this point. And that's probably early.
Donald Trump. Yeah, that is. And it could, of course, impact the only other trial that might take place, it appears, before the November elections, and that's Jack Smith's case here in New York. They must be laughing at Mar-a-Lago. Rick, what do you make of this?
I think they're laughing at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, nobody wants to laugh at their own legal jeopardy, but I think this is pretty much what we expected out of Trump. He's just been much more successful than we thought he was going to be. Alvin Bragg announced this case, 34 counts, back in April of last year. It's been almost a year, and we're still finding documents. I mean, this thing is like the gang that can't shoot straight, and Trump has taken advantage of it. And as well he should, right? I mean, he's only doing things that the legal system affords him. But I think, again, these cases have become just a huge distraction, right? I mean, they're not politics, they're legal. And if there's going to be a winner or loser in this election, it ought to be done at the ballot box, not in a courtroom.
Well, it's looking like that's the way it's going to go here, Jeannie. If you pay attention to what's happening in Fulton County, by the way, Fani Willis is staying on the case. A judge ruled earlier today she could have been disqualified here, but it appears that her romantic interest, the prosecutor who brought this to this level, will have to step down. That case may never even happen, and if it does, it might be too late, right?
Absolutely. And, I know he is allowing her to stay on. The judge ruled today if the special prosecutor that she appointed steps down or is removed. I believe personally that Fani Willis herself should recuse herself. If this trial and these charges are as serious as she says they are, and I believe they are, then what has happened here has been so distracting and so salacious and such a soap opera, quite frankly. I would have thought she would step down, and I am still hopeful she might. But that being said, the judge has said she can remain on. My view on all of this, I know it is sort of popular to say all of this is a win for Donald Trump. I don't believe that. I think this is a win for the Democrats, and I'll tell you why. I think the thing they must do is beat Donald Trump fairly and squarely at the ballot box. And if I was advising Joe Biden, I would say, go out there and say these trials go forward or not. You don't care. You're going to beat him at the ballot box. And, because we do know that in the art of persuasion, less is more, and there are too many trials out there, and it is hurting the Democrats. They've got to say they can beat him at the ballot box and win people's support and not lose because of these trials.
Rick, it may not end up mattering in the end, but should Fani Willis still be allowed to run this case?
Yeah, I don't think it matters. That's a judgment that only she can make. You're really the only one who can do this? Is she a distraction? Certainly the judge didn't like her testimony, commented about how unprofessional it was. This is a mess, right? And I can only imagine the conversations at the hierarchy of the Biden campaign, where they literally every week open up a paper and see some disaster happening along these legal cases. And so nobody's talking about his trip to the, Midwest and talking about investment and the kind of infrastructure building he's doing. Talking about, incompetent prosecutors in Georgia. I mean, that's not helping Joe Biden a bit. And I agree with Jeannie. I said, I think this is a distraction to the campaign. I mean, obviously you have to pull it and you have to pay attention in case something happens. But if everybody had just agreed all these cases can start after the election, I think Joe Biden would be a lot better off right now. He's been hijacked by this. And every time something happens in a court case, it's like, victory for Donald Trump. He's been indicted over 80 times. That's not a victory.
Fair enough. As we spend time with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano here on Bloomberg TV and radio, Donald Trump is headed for Ohio this weekend. He's going to be doing the stump speech on Saturday night in what will be an anticlimactic primary contest on Tuesday. But the Senate primary is one that we're looking at very closely. This is Sherrod Brown's seat, of course, a very important one for Democrats as they try to hold on to control in the Senate. And this is looking like a very serious challenge. Bernie Moreno is the Cleveland businessman endorsed by Donald Trump, who's going to be on the Republican primary here. And Jeannie, we're seeing again a Democratic group put hundreds of thousands of dollars into advertising for the Republican in the hopes that it actually helps to create some friction here in the electorate and get the Democrat elected. It's a risky move. It's paid off before. But Duty and Country is the group dropping almost $900,000 on an ad to promote Bernie Moreno, who is running against a more establishment Republican. They want to set this up as a MAGA contest. Is it smart?
Yeah, they're trying to make Moreno, I believe, into Steve Garvey. They did it successfully in California. They are trying again. It is a risky strategy, of course, because there is the possibility that in Ohio, Moreno could win. But this has gotten to be very, very ugly. The latest was this AP report on adult friend finders with Bernie Moreno. I mean, it has gotten really bad. And Democrats, to your point, are doing what they do in a campaign. They are playing politics and betting if they can get Moreno on that ticket, that Sherrod Brown, a must win for Democrats, could beat him. Again, risky, but it may pay off.
Yep. Look, we've seen this before. He's running against a state senator named Matt Dolan and Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRose. There are questions, as we heard even in the midterms, Rick, about the ethics behind this. Is this good politics when you're trying to prop up somebody from the other party in the hopes of creating an easier competition for yourself?
Yeah, it's always a risk. I mean, if you get what you want and then the Republican wins, you look like you've aided and abetted a Republican campaign. But
right.
So far, the Democrats have been pretty agile about it. I think they're batting 1,000 or pretty close to it. So I think the risk reward is probably on their end. It's a close race. I mean, every poll I've seen for the last month is Dolan and Moreno, basically 2 points apiece, separating each other. So, a little bit of action, like $2.5 million worth of advertising, week of the primary could pay off. I would say Sherrod Brown in all the matchups against both these guys wins handily right now, and Trump wins handily at the top of the ticket. So it's a state to watch to see, can Trump have coattails? Can he influence the outcome?
Yeah.
They're only going to get attention on this, the Democrats, because Donald Trump endorsed the guy who's least likely to win against Sherrod Brown. I mean, once again, Trump meddling in Republican primaries to potentially pick the weak candidate. So you can't really blame the Democrats.
Yeah, well, there you go. Jeannie, I've got only 30 seconds. Remember when we used to call Ohio a swing state? What do we call it now?
A not swing state, increasingly red. Donald Trump doing very well there. And, Mitch McConnell warned Trump, candidates matter. And as Rick pointed out, Moreno is, a hard sell in that state, even though it is, to your point, not a swing state anymore.
Great conversation, as always, with our signature panel. They'll be back with us on Balance of Power at 5 o'clock. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors, our Friday closers with us throughout the day here, live from Washington. I'm Joe Matthew. We'll bring you up to date on world and national news before we talk to David Weston. Amy Morris has that in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Amy.
Hi, Joe. President Biden has praised remarks from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Those remarks criticizing Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, saying that the speech reflected concerns about the war in Gaza. Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis can continue overseeing the Donald Trump election interference case in Georgia as long as Nathan Wade, the lead prosecutor with whom she had a romantic relationship, steps down. At least 3 people have been killed. Severe storms with tornadoes tore through several central U.S. states, including Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana, and Arkansas. More severe weather is forecast for today. Now, senators from both sides of the aisle swatted down the idea of fast-tracking legislation that would force TikTok's Chinese owner to sell the video sharing app within 6 months. That has now reduced its prospects of becoming law. We continue to follow it for you. System failures at McDonald's have been reported worldwide, shuttering some restaurants for hours, leading to social media complaints. The fast food chain called the problems a technology outage. They added that the problems are not related to a cybersecurity issue. They have not really followed up very much with that. Day 2 of the PGA Tour's Players Championship, round 2, underway right now in Florida. And at last check, Wyndham Clark sits atop the leaderboard at 6 under par. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and we begin with a developing story. Sources tell Bloomberg prosecutors have widened their probe into India's Adani Group to focus on whether the company may have engaged in bribery as well as the conduct of the company's billionaire founder. In addition to being a monolithic presence in its home country with ports, airports, power lines, and highway developments, Adani Group attracts capital from around the world. Stocks in the U.S. lower across the board right now, with the S&P 500 index down 34 to 5116. That is a drop now of 0.7%. We've got the Dow down 210, lower by 0.5%, while the Nasdaq Composite Index is down 154, a drop of 1%. The 10-year 4.30%, with a 2-year 4.72%. Spot gold down $4.50 the ounce to $21.57, a drop for gold of 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.4%, $80.92 a barrel, and Bitcoin down 3.5%, 68,187 right now on Bitcoin. A lot of weakness in technology stocks today. Case in point, Adobe. It is now plunging 14%. Adobe down after a weak sales outlook for the current quarter, fueled concerns that new AI startups are a competitive threat. Again, stocks lower across the board. S&P down 34, a drop right now of 0.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of Power continues. And once again, here's your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. Welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Kaylee Lyons will be back with us here on Monday. 3 interest rate cuts are going to happen this year, and 4 more in 2025, according to economists surveyed by Bloomberg News. 49 of them, making us wonder exactly what the forecast and statement might sound like next week. Never mind the news conference. We have a Fed meeting, not just a potential government shutdown coming next week, and that's where we start our weekly conversation with our friend David Weston, of course, the host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week, that comes up at 6 o'clock Washington time. I guess I should say Wall Street time. David, great to see you. A Fed meeting next week, I suspect, will not bring an entirely different tone from Jay Powell. When I see this survey of people a lot smarter than me, I wonder how it jives with the economic data that we got this week that sure seemed like it gave the Fed a lot of breathing room, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, inflation is not going away right away. It's more stubborn than you think. By the way, your time is my time. You're happy to call it Washington time. It doesn't have to be New York time.
Thank you.
But we do talk to some economists. We talked to Ken Rogoff, professor of economics up at Harvard, who is also the former chief economist of the IMF, this week for Wall Street Week. And he thinks that whoever the next president is going to be is likely to face basically higher interest rates than I thought, because he thinks that inflation, all the indications are inflation is more stubborn and long-lasting than perhaps we got our hopes up for. At least that's what Ken Rogoff says.
Obviously, Trump put in his tariffs, and Biden has essentially doubled down on it. Legal immigration is still really hard under Biden. It became much harder under Trump. I won't speak of the open border policies, but they both, in that respect, were trying to shut out the outside world. And Trump's talking about expanding his tariffs, and Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, kind of misnamed, is very protectionist. I mean, the Europeans are livid about it. He does things where you have to buy American in many ways. So they're certainly the 2 most protectionist presidents in a long time.
So, Joe, that was, in fact, Ken Rogoff from Harvard. That was actually not what I was talking about at the moment, although it's related.
No, I understand.
That was his
indeed.
talking about the protectionism that comes from a certain populist bent that he thinks he detects in both Joe Biden and in Donald Trump, that we have potential. But the connection, actually, to what we're talking to is pretty clear. He also said one of the consequences of these tariffs that he thinks we're likely to get with either president, maybe not to the same degree, but with either president, it's going to be inflationary. It's going to be one of the factors that contributes to that inflation that will keep interest rates higher than perhaps either president might like.
Well, it is, really something. China tariffs are just a perfect example of the continuity we've actually seen between a Biden administration and a Trump administration that you don't always think have much in common. Then again, Donald Trump's talking about a 60% tariff, as we've discussed before, David. Is that bluster, or is that campaign talk, or is he, essentially looking to sever the trade relationship, because that's what it would mean, wouldn't it?
Well, your guess is as good or probably better than mine on that. I mean, actually, some Trump supporters on Wall Street say, well, he says things like that, but that's to get the other side of the bargaining table. That's a negotiating tool. Sure. But Joe, you and I watched last time, and I think to some extent people made a mistake by saying, oh, he's just talking, he doesn't mean it. Most of the things he talked about, he ended up doing something about. So I'm not sure it's a good strategy to say, oh, don't really believe what the President of the United States is saying, because it may be that what he's saying is exactly what happens. And a lot of economists think that if, in fact, we went to something like 60% tariffs, which is essentially saying we're not going to trade with China, it could have really broad ramifications for our economy.
Well, David Weston, we had a pretty major development this week, even if a lot of folks thought it was a foregone conclusion. Joe Biden and Donald Trump became presumptive nominees for each of their parties' nominations. A very important moment for Donald Trump. It came a week earlier than a lot of folks thought, suggesting that maybe primaries next Tuesday won't bring all that much drama. But Wall Street saw this coming, didn't it? You've been talking with people through our Wall Street Votes perspective here, and a brand that you're pursuing on Wall Street Week that has been planning for a rematch this whole time.
Yeah, it really has. That's exactly right. I mean, as they say, the market at least thinks it's discounted for the possibilities. And as you know, Joe, a lot of people on Wall Street say, look, at last time when President Trump became president, it was not bad for Wall Street at all. And some people on Wall Street think that we may be overreacting to the possibility of a Donald Trump and are more sanguine about it. And that's why goodness knows, you can't see in the stock market right now any concern about either one of these people, given how robust it is. And the economy is doing quite well, whether Joe Biden's getting the credit for it that he thinks he deserves or not, which is obviously an ongoing problem.
Well, it's something. We started our conversation here talking about inflation, and Joe Biden is hoping for some pretty magic timing here and a soft landing that might coincide with end of summer, beginning of fall, when people are really starting to formulate their ideas about what they want to do when they go to vote in November. And just as soon as I mentioned that survey to you, predicting 3 cuts this year, 4 next, there's another story from Molly Smith on the terminal that makes the argument. More reasons to delay rate cuts in the latest data. You think about CPI, PPI, the jobs report, and I wonder what kind of a Jay Powell we'll hear from next week, David. What do you think?
Yeah, well, the one thing I think is he's actually going to be data dependent, as he always says he is. I mean, I think that nobody expects him to make any move next week, but the question is, what's he going to signal probably about June? And when it's on the table, the thing that I find really interesting, Joe, is that we've gone from 6 rate cuts priced in to 3 rate cuts priced in. The stock market's done better rather than worse. You think it might have actually retrenched on that. And the question is, if we go from 3 to 2 or to 1, even to none, which some people are suggesting is a possibility, will the market be able to be that resilient? The other thing, I take Jay Powell and his fellow governors at the Fed at their word that they are going to do their dead level best not to let the politics of the election really affect their decision making. They insist upon that. Now, obviously, it gets harder as you get closer to the election, but I take them at their word that they're going to do their dead level best not to make this a political issue.
What else do you have coming up tonight on Wall Street Week, David?
Well, we got 2 packages, one on India and one on China. The China obviously coming off of that 14th National People's Congress. We have Elizabeth Economy. You remember her. She was at the Council on Foreign Relations. She was at the White House. She's now at Hoover. Yeah. She's an expert. She wrote a great book on China about what we learned from the National People's Congress. And basically, she said, we learned it's all about Xi. Xi's in charge, and he's going to run the place. He doesn't care much about foreign direct investment and other things like consumer stimulus. And then we have Henry McVeigh from KKR. He goes around and does these in-depth tours. This one was to India, 12 years after his first, where he finds a lot of investment opportunity in India because of some of the reforms that Prime Minister Modi has put through. He's quite bullish, I must say. He says the private investment wants to go to India right now. That's according to Henry McVeigh.
Fantastic. We look forward to the conversation every week here. It's always an honor to be a neighbor of David Weston's in the Bloomberg lineup. It starts 6 p.m. Wall Street time. David Weston, thank you. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Balance of Power. As we turn to more nightmare fuel from the airline industry, you heard about this technical event, as it was called, on a flight just a couple of days ago from Sydney to Auckland. A technical event in which dozens of people were injured. It wasn't until now that we have a sense of knowing what actually took place. This is Latin American Airlines Group SA. The plane suddenly lost altitude when a flight attendant serving a meal hit a button that threw the pilot's seat forward into the stick, causing the plane to nosedive. People came up out of their seats and were pinned to the ceiling. Imagine waking up from your nap on the ceiling of a 787. Media reports described how the incident sent passengers, including at least one baby, through the cabin. Nobody was seriously injured, amazingly. And now Boeing, yeah, this is a 787, is sending out what they call a multi-operator message to members of the 787 jetliner, those who operate this, so they know what happened and can prevent it in the future. This is the beginning of our conversation now with George Ferguson from Bloomberg Intelligence. George, we're calling you every 2 days, I feel like, to talk about a new problem for Boeing. This was operator error, though, correct?
Yeah, I mean, as we look at it, it really does look like operator error. There's a lot of 787s out in the world flying around every day. This is the first time I've seen an event like this. There's supposed to be a cover on that switch to keep it from being, activated when you don't want it activated. I think the full story is it pushed the pilot into the controls. I don't think you could push the seat itself into the controls. But yeah, it really seems to be an operator error. I mean, we're glad to hear no one was seriously injured. Sorry to hear anybody, hit the ceiling. It reminds you why you got to keep your seatbelt on all the time when you're on a flight. While the attendants keep telling you should have it on. So, but
yet another reminder. It sounds like we needed Denzel flying this airplane, George. Should we start putting airbags in 787s?
Yeah, I mean, I hope not. The 787 has been a very, very successful airplane for Boeing. Not that they haven't had any challenges building it, right? They had some issues mating the fuselages together. They had to get FAA approval on this, totally unrelated. But that airplane has a very large backlog. It's more popular than its competitor, the Airbus A350. So I think this will, fade, pretty quickly. This news, again, bad news for the people on the airplane. Glad they're all okay. But I really think this is an anomaly. We haven't seen it before, and not a Boeing issue as much as an operator issue.
That's why the stock is up today, George, as opposed to falling precipitously.
Yeah, well, you can never tell what moves the stock on any particular day, but Boeing would enjoy any day where the stock is up lately. It's been rough days.
Boy, it sure has. We've got a criminal investigation, of course, underway in the Alaska Airlines incident, in which we had a door blowout. Do you have any update for us on where that stands?
No, I mean, I think we're still, in the middle. That criminal investigation, my understanding, is a typical process when you have a problem like the door plug coming out of an airplane, or a major issue with an airplane. It's no indication there's definitely criminal activity, but I think they just want to make sure that there's not. I think some of the most important information coming out of the last bunch of days on the 737 really was the disclosure that Boeing and Spirit are in discussions about bringing Spirit inside Boeing. I do think that's the beginning of putting a bottom underneath their problems in the production process, making sure that quality goes all the way through, the manufacturing of that airplane. But that's going to be very challenging to put together, because Airbus has pieces of their products that are made by Spirit as well. But I think that's probably, for the company, the most important event in the last couple of weeks.
Getting back to the 787, what is a multi-operator message? Is that just a heads up to any airline to be aware not to hit that button?
I think it is, right? A multi-operator, I think, is what they're telling you is they sent out this alert to all the airlines operating 787s, and they said, hey, we're going to remind you again, be careful about this switch. We just had a problem in a LATAM flight. Make sure that the covers are on it correctly. Don't activate it, inadvertently.
LATAM flight LA 800. What memories those people must have. George Ferguson, great to see you again, and thank you for your great reporting and analysis at Bloomberg Intelligence. BI is where it's at. Their analysts joining us on the air every day here on Bloomberg TV and radio bring insights that you're just not going to hear anywhere else, and we appreciate all the work that George has been doing ever since the blowout on the Alaska Air jet. It's time to steer our attention back to New York. Bloomberg Business Week about to tip off, and Carol Masser, of course, at the helm with us from the fishbowl. Carol, what are you talking about today?
Well, very good afternoon. Listen, we are going to talk a little bit about Boeing as well. It just feels like the hits keep on coming, no joke, for Boeing. But having said that, we're also going to talk about the Federal Reserve. I do feel like, guys, that the focal point now for the markets is all about that Fed meeting next week. It's one of our, I think it is our most read story on the Bloomberg right now.
I was just talking to David about it, Carol. This new Bloomberg News survey, 3 cuts this year, 4 more next year. Are we going to have to right the ship on that at some point?
I don't know. I feel like they're data dependent, so they could change it at any time. But if they stick to 3 cuts, right, Joe, which is what we got in December, that would be kind of interesting. Right. Some think they could cut it down to 2 cuts. So we'll see. We'll see what we get next week.
That's the chorus, exactly. Carol,
Happy
great
St.
to see
Patty's
you.
Day.
Happy Friday. Have a great St. Patrick's Day. Absolutely. We'll be listening, of course, as always, to Bloomberg Business Week, following this program every day here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. While Carol takes care of you, we'll get ready for Balance of Power, the late edition, and I'll meet you back here at 5 p.m. Washington time. Bloomberg Business Week starts coming up on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week live on radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. I'm Carol Masser. Tim Stenovec is off, but with us, lucky for us over the next 60 minutes, actually the next 3 hours, including radio, is, of course, Bloomberg Sonali Basak, known well to our Bloomberg audience. Interesting day, and we're thinking about the Fed in a big way.
Totally. Interesting weekend markets, too. It's about to be the second week lower for the S&P 500, so some anxiety under the market here, Carol.
Yeah, and I would count that Fed meeting as part of the reason why. All right, so we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about triple witching as well. We're going to talk about what the Fed could do next week. Could we see in that dot plot another call for 3 rate cuts this year? Do they reduce it? I mean, there's a little bit of a debate, but I feel like...
And a lot of data before that first cut is even expected, so a lot of uncertainty even after that dot plot.
All right, good to keep in mind. We're also going to check in with Jeff Klingenhofer. He's head of investments over at Thornburg Investment Management. He talks about the low rate environment and how the alchemy of low rates is over. So looking forward to what he has to say. And I love this story. It's one of the most read on the Bloomberg. Has to do with U.S. household debt.
Yeah, this idea that American debt stings like never before in a new era for household. That is consumer debt, credit card debt, auto debt, all of the above, really hurting in this high rate environment.
Yeah, it's really piling up. All right, we're going to get to that. We're going to also talk, I know the team in the last hour, Joe talking about Boeing. We're going to also touch on that. And then options insight with our own Abigail Doolittle. Lots to come in the next 60 minutes. First up, though, let's get a check on the trade and your top business stories. Hey, Charlie Pellet.
Well, hello there, Carol Masser. And we are looking at a down day for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. We've got red on the screen right now with the S&P down 29, 51.20. That is a drop now of just about 0.6%. Dow Industrials lower as well, down 0.5% right now, lower by 186 points, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is down 136 now, a drop there of 0.8%. 10-year 4.30% with a 2-year 4.72%. Spot gold lower by 0.2%, 21.57 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude lower a little, changed 81.23 a barrel, while Bitcoin is down 3.3%, 68,345 on Bitcoin. Nippon Steel says it is determined to complete its $14.1 billion acquisition of United States Steel Corp., even after President Biden said the company should stay in American hands. Today, U.S. Steel shares are higher by almost 2%. ADRs of Nippon Steel, they are up by about 0.25%. Again, recapping stocks lower across the board. S&P down 30, drop right now of 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, gotcha, Charlie. Thank you so much. Carol Masser, along with Sonali Basak. Tim is out today. We did, Sonali, get through this week's inflation reports. We also had retail sales, consumer sentiment, a lot of things. And as we've been saying, the next focal point is really next week's Fed meeting.
Yeah, and until then, it's kind of a holding pattern, isn't it? Though we do know some things, inflation being a little hotter than expected across a few metrics.
Which we know the Fed cares about.
Absolutely, but also that some of the economic data is starting to weaken, which also is not weak enough, though, to justify not cutting rates.
Well, this is why it's like kind of difficult, I think, for investors to figure out it, which is why we lean on a couple of folks here at Bloomberg. Let's bring in Bloomberg News economics reporter Steve Matthews. He's out there in our Atlanta bureau, and Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith here in studio. Both of you writing about the Fed meeting and kind of the backdrop. Steve, I want to start with you. It is atop the most read on the Bloomberg on this Friday. It has been there all day about the Fed scene sticking with 3 cuts here in 2024. We get an update next week. Tell us about your thinking in the survey that you guys kind of came to this conclusion.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We had a survey of 49 economists, and it's a very close call. It's not an easy call at all, but a majority of them believe that the Fed will stick with 3 rate cuts in the dot plot in the summary of economic projections next week. More than a third say that they will shift to 2. We had a bad inflation report in January. Just this past week, we had a bad CPI, worse than expected, and worse than expected PPI. All of that goes into the Fed's inflation measure, the PCE measure. So the thinking is that there will be at least, it will take just 2 of the 19 FOMC participants to change their view on dots to shift from 3 cuts as being the median to 2 cuts being the median, and that could well jolt markets because markets are really not looking for that. So it's a close call, and it's going to be really interesting.
Molly, let's bring you in here to talk about what it means for what comes next. Because even though people will be looking at that dot plot, what will Fed Chair Powell say? The reality is between that FOMC meeting, the one we're having next week, and the next set of economic data before you have the potential set of cuts that you'll see, there's a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah, and I don't think Powell is really going to give us a great idea of timing. It's all been so vague so far from him, from some other of the Fed speakers
He
who
did
have
say, though, that we would get rate cuts this year.
Yes, I mean, look, we're right now at March 15th. There's a while to go from
That's
now
fair.
to the end of the year. So, and I think if anything, more of what you hear that's a little bit more specific than this year is later this year, as in second half of this year. So I still think that, I mean, you obviously have next week being the upcoming Fed meeting. Not really a whole lot of people seeing May as likely for a starting point. June even less likely after this week. At that point, that gets you closer to July, and then September would be the next one. Then you're in the second half of the year. So still a very good
And closer
case
to a
that,
presidential election.
even more so.
Well, you know, Steve, I mean, when it comes down to the data points, right, not all data points are equal. And I know the Fed has a dual mandate, right? They're watching certainly the inflation rate. They're also watching unemployment. The labor market, maybe some softness a little bit, but it's still pretty tight. Inflation is what it's all about, right? And the Fed is going to be vigilant on that. And that's going to determine ultimately how many rate cuts they do when we get to the end of the year.
Yeah, really over the last year and a half, inflation has been basically the only thing they've been looking at. When they were raising rates, when they stopped, we've had basically good inflation reports until this year. And now that is slightly changing, though. In the last couple of months, the unemployment rate has ticked up to 3.9%. It's the highest in 2 years. You're seeing a little bit more balance in the discussion of different Fed officials. And those who are saying that they're going to stick with 3 rate cuts this year, many of them are pointing to what's happening with the labor market, that, you know, they may not want to change to 2 cuts because they want to have that option open to move relatively quickly if things get worse for the labor market.
Steve, what about the election? You know, Carol alluded to it a little bit here, but given how much pressure there is on the Fed to fight inflation, and inflation going into the election is still such a massive concern for so many Americans, wouldn't there be some pressure on the Fed here equally not to cut?
Well, the Fed, no doubt, is really focused on inflation, and you will hear words every time that Chair Powell speaks. He's going to say we're firmly committed to getting inflation back to the 2% target, and that is an overriding goal, and it causes pain for everyone. And he's going to say all of the right things to kind of express concern on inflation. So that is a factor, but the timing of meetings is also a factor. One of the leading economists, Vince Reinhardt, who used to work with the Fed, was making the point that in some ways it will be easier for the Fed to move in June than September. At one point, he was forecasting the first move in September. Now he's in June, because if you had your first move in September, which if you had 2 cuts, it might make sense to do September and December. If you were doing that, that would be like the last meeting before the presidential election. And do you really want to be cutting rates the last meeting before the presidential election? I mean, there would be lots of accusations. As much as the Fed is avowedly nonpartisan, there would be accusations that they were moving for political reasons, and they want to avoid that impression altogether.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of what Steve said there, that in addition to the Fed preaching that they are firmly committed to bringing inflation to 2%, they will just as equally be preaching that they are an independent institution, that they are not political, and that they will not wade into politics whatsoever. So I kind of have a hard time seeing how you make, I think the argument could go either way if you cut in June versus September, of like how that could be politically motivated in either way. I think there are a lot of ways to slice and dice that, but either way, they're going to be focused on inflation and what the data tells them.
Yeah, and I will say, in talking with a member of
White House economic team, we talked with Daniel Hornung, I had to remember his name, Deputy Director of the National Economic Council yesterday. And when I asked him something about the 2% target, he's like, hey, we don't tell the Fed what to do. We stay away from that. Steve, having said that, I think about when you're like driving on ice, and I'm not saying that this is kind of what the economic situation is, but you know how you tap the brakes so that, could the Fed try and do something earlier rather than later, and then maybe leave it alone for a couple of months to give it some breathing room, just in case that there is, like you talked about, some signs of maybe some slowing down in the labor market, just to make sure we don't ultimately slide into some kind of significant downturn.
That is absolutely an option. You heard Vice Chair Jefferson in a recent speech before the Fed went into blackout say, he referred back to the mid-1990s when Alan Greenspan had a rate cut and then paused for several meetings before resuming cuts. And, he was kind of holding that out as, one option that they could do. They could do a move and then hold on pause for a few meetings. And, that is absolutely an option. And if they're not really sure, or if they want to keep their options open, that would be a good way to do it.
Real quickly, Molly, 10 seconds. What would surprise you in terms of the Fed meeting next week?
Probably looking more at the outlook for their inflation projections. If they saw maybe mark those up a bit, wouldn't be surprised as much if maybe there were modifications to the growth forecast, but seeing changes to the inflation one, that would definitely be market moving.
That would certainly get the investors' attention. Steve, same thing, 10, 15 seconds to you. A big surprise would be what from the Fed next week?
If anyone dissents, I would be surprised because I think, and talking about the Fed being non-political, I think this is a period of time when they want to be united. Some of them are appointed by Republicans, some by Democrats. Right. They want to show that they are non-political.
Don't they, at the end of the meeting, all the hands go in the middle of the table and they go, yay, all for one? No, they don't
Kumbaya.
do that. Kumbaya. All right, guys, thanks so much. Have a great weekend. Molly Smith, economics editor at Bloomberg News here in studio. Steve Matthews, of course, our economics reporter at Bloomberg News out there in our Atlanta bureau. All right, from the markets we go. That is certainly the Fed is on the minds of investors, but so too, I feel like, Shonali, is what's going on Boeing. It feels like another day, another bunch of headlines.
Yeah, it's one thing after the other, isn't it? And you have to wonder what the long game is here in terms of them fixing the issues, which are in some ways related, but in many ways not.
Yeah, that's the funny thing, right? It doesn't always feel like everything's related. And to that point, Boeing shares are actually up 1.2%, down about 5% for the week, down about 30% for the year. The news today, Boeing asking operators of the 787 jetliner to review operating instructions for cockpit seats following an in-flight incident a few days ago, in which one of the long-distance planes briefly lost altitude, injuring multiple people on board. Yeah, that'll get your attention. Yeah. All right, so let's get to it with George Ferguson.
Absolutely. George Ferguson joining us, Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us from the Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. George, we were just talking about how some of these incidents do have a connection to one another, but then you just see another incident happen like this, and you wonder what the path forward is for Boeing, handling all of these issues on every front.
Yeah, so thanks for having me on. I think that this is unrelated to manufacturing. This isn't a defect. This is a situation, really, I think, of operator error. And I think Boeing used an abundance of caution to get out a message to all the operators and said, hey, there's this switch at the back of the pilot's seat. Be really careful to make sure the cover's on it so you don't push the pilot into the controls. It's really unfortunate that this event occurred. We're glad nobody was hurt seriously. But I think, really this is something that is going to get chalked up to operator error and not a design flaw or manufacturing flaw in the 787. 787 has been very, very popular, great airplane. Beats its competitor, the A350, more airlines flying it, more backlog, so very strong product for Boeing.
All right, so anybody listening, separate this out. This is a different thing. And maybe I should throw in one other headline, which probably helps also explain why the stock's up. You had Boeing's outlook affirmed by Fitch to stable from positive by Fitch. I don't know, is that playing into this as well?
I imagine it is, right? There is some concern, I think, in the marketplace that the credit markets for sure don't want to see Boeing downgraded if you're holding bonds, maybe. And so I think to the extent you get your credit rating affirmed, right, Boeing may be a bit cuspy on some of those metrics. I think it definitely gives credit markets and equity markets some ease, knowing that they're not going to be faced with downgrades and higher costs for debt.
We kind of started off this conversation talking about how Boeing shares have been down roughly 30% this year so far. How much more downside risk is there for Boeing? Is it only upside from here, knowing now that perhaps it's a cleanup story, or is there more potential for them to face further charges or any other issues ahead?
So I think it's really, it's dangerous ground, I think, to ever get into whether or not there's any more downside risk, right? I think, the Boeing story has developed worse than I think many people could imagine. I do think Boeing is taking some good steps here to try to put a bottom in underneath their manufacturing problems, right? The things they can control is manufacturing problems and design problems. And what we have, with the 737 lately is just manufacturing problems, the stability of that process. And I think the announcement a couple of weeks ago that they're talking to Spirit about putting Spirit back inside Boeing is a positive to fixing those manufacturing problems. It would have a much clearer reporting line. Boeing could make sure that what they want done in the manufacturing process is getting done, not having to pass through another management team. One of the challenges in that whole that acquisition would be the work that Spirit does for Airbus. And the interesting thing is we think the Airbus business is probably much less profitable than the Boeing business because it's smaller, I think negotiated later when Spirit really trying to diversify their business. So it probably would be good to get that Airbus business out of Spirit as well. So I think that's the important thing going on right now in the Boeing story, and we're gonna watch that very closely as it develops.
Hey, one last thing, 30 seconds. United said to be close to a deal to secure Airbus A321neo jets, looking to replace the Boeing 737 MAX 10 orders that are at least 5 years behind schedule, according to those familiar. What do we need to know? Just got 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, the Dash 10, the MAX Dash 10 is one of Boeing's most important products. The A321 that United is buying is a very popular airplane because higher pilot salaries, putting more people behind those pilots in an airplane, the A321 being bigger, lowers the average seat cost of a pilot's salary. That's why Boeing really needs to get this manufacturing process problem behind it and get the Dash 10 out into the marketplace.
All right, so appreciated as always. I know it's very busy keeping up with all of it, but we so appreciate your time. George Ferguson, he's Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Have a great weekend joining us. Boeing shares, though, as we said, up 1.4%, but really kind of making a distinction between all of the headlines and what we got today.
Yeah, absolutely. And still down 30% on the year, roughly. Let's see where it goes from here.
This is Bloomberg.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index all declining. Russell 2000, though, up now by 0.3%. The S&P down 33 now, a decline of 0.6%. We've got the Dow down 192, lower by 0.5%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 147, a drop right now of 0.9%. 10-year 4.30% with a 2-year at 4.72%. Spot gold slumping 0.2%, 21.57 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.1%, 81.15 a barrel on WTI, while Bitcoin is slumping 3.3%. Now it's 68,363 on Bitcoin. Tech selling off today. Also a pile of options expiring today threatens to trigger sudden price swings. Adobe is tumbling off after that weak sales outlook last night for the current quarter, which is fueling concerns that new AI startups are a competitive threat. Adobe today now plunging by 14.2%. Again, recapping, stocks lower with the S&P slumping 32 points now, down 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar along with Shonali Bosick in for Tim Stenovic on this Friday. And I got to say, Shonali, in my reading this morning, this story definitely caught my attention.
Oh, 100%, because it hits really to the heart of why interest rates matter, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And the implications, right, for Americans, especially in an election year where you do wonder how that's going to affect their voting. There is definitely a difficult reality for the millions of consumers who are the engine of the U.S. economy. As Shonali said, it's the era of borrowing costs. This story is among our most read. And let's get to it. Let's head out to our Atlanta bureau, back to our Atlanta bureau, I should say, and Eliza Ronalds-Hannon. She's Bloomberg News senior credit reporter. It is a killer story, and it's getting everybody's attention. Lay it out for us in terms of we, Shonali, a lot of us come on Bloomberg. We talk about household debt. It's been rising. We talk about credit card debt. But lay it all out for us and what the picture looks like for most American households.
Right. Well, the interesting thing about all this really valuable data that is available through the Fed is that the household debt had been rising for a while, but it was manageable. And now that the interest rates on credit cards are much higher and the greater economic backdrop is changing a little bit, the degree of debt is making the turn particularly sharp in terms of it becoming a burden for households. So one of the most interesting takeaways for me was the delinquencies are at a high, a 10-year high. And you see that delinquencies are, of course, highest for the lowest quartile of earners, but also rising fastest among those earners. So it's, again, that inequality story that we're seeing so much in economic data, where the gap between those with wealth and without is growing more and more.
Yeah, I'm really curious about some of the math here, because you give some amazing examples of what it feels like for people. You have a woman you describe, for example, paying about $5,500 in monthly payments for different forms of debt and essentially living paycheck to paycheck. How does this all start to add up? Not just the debt they're taking on, but the interest costs alone.
Exactly, and that's part of why it's sort of not going to be that helpful, even if the Fed does reverse course in short order. The damage will have been done. Some of these people's monthly expenses are so unmanageable now that, it's an overhang you can't really get back on track too easily. The interest rates on credit cards right now are also at a record high, around 22%, and, it doesn't take long for that to start snowballing.
Hey, listen, everybody, I just want to mention some headlines crossing the Bloomberg terminal. We'll get right back to Eliza in a moment, but Samuel Bankman-Fried should get 40 to 50 years in prison. This is according to prosecutors. They are saying this. He does face sentencing by a judge later on this month. Of course, we know at the center of really what I feel like was the beginning of the crypto winter, right? And really just making everybody look at the crypto space. You spend a lot of time covering this, Shonali. It was just a moment in time, but has made a lot of people kind of rethink about the industry, the oversight of the industry, and this man really at the center of it all, at one point lauded. And then, of course, we saw a very different story.
And all of that changed very quickly. And this happens at a moment where we are seeing crypto having hit record highs this week. But still, a lot of people, remember, this is a company, FTX, that has been through a bankruptcy process. And a lot of people feel still stung by FTX. So as you said, should get up to 50 years in jail. Prosecutors say we have to remember the government asked the judge to impose far less than the 100 years recommended in the sentencing guidelines because he had been convicted for so many charges here. But it is certainly turning the page on a large story for Sam Bankman-Fried.
So 50 years is less than 100 years, but it's still a lot.
It certainly is, and it is more, I should say, than most people were expecting.
All right, folks, we'll continue to monitor for any additional headlines that do cross the Bloomberg. Let's get back to a story that is, as we said, among the most read on the Bloomberg that has to do with the U.S. household situation, the debt that's piling up. You know, Eliza, as you talk to some of these individuals, and this is something that I feel like, right, Sonali, Bloomberg does so well in terms of talking to individuals and how they got into this situation. I think we got spoiled by a very, you know, cheap money environment, no cost to borrowing, and then all of a sudden we're in a very different environment, and it starts to add up.
And that's one of the most important takeaways to me is that companies, you know, corporate America, the companies that are particularly exposed to the consumer, they've all become very leveraged up as well during the era of cheap debt. And so when the decrease in consumer spending hits them, it's going to be really hard to manage any decrease in you know, the patronage of their own customers because they have such high expenses. So those exact same elements that are present for households are actually at play for companies as well.
You know, it's interesting. Marathon Asset Management Bruce Richards told me just this morning that he thinks that this higher interest rate dynamic is a matter of haves and have-nots. And when you look at the consumer, you worry and wonder, Eliza, how much this could exacerbate the inequality picture. Because if you were holding cash, if you were holding stocks, if you already had a home and all this, the values of all those things are up. But if you are sitting with none of those things at a massive debt load, then what is happening is you just become more cash poor because you have to be paying down the interest on these things. How stark is that problem?
That's exactly right. Some of the economists I spoke to who are analyzing this data, you know, repeatedly emphasized the point that some of the harsher or more pessimistic headline indicators that we see from the Fed are counterbalanced by the greater wealth effect of housing values going up, stock market gains. But of course, as the demographics that we focused on in this story, middle class families, lower earners, they don't have that counterweight to their indebtedness. So they don't have the personal wealth effect of having their home value increase or potentially getting a home equity line, and they don't have all the gains that we're seeing in the markets. So it's kind of a double whammy.
Net, in terms of, the takeaway, we've kind of been talking about it, because then especially as we get ready for the Fed meeting next week, and if the Fed, continues to put off cutting rates, like you think about the longer this goes on, this environment, or what some say is that the era of low, cheap money, inexpensive money, no cost money, if you will, is over. You do think about ultimately what do we see in terms of maybe personal bankruptcies, kind of where this goes longer term, maybe not even much longer term, because it's already looking like a pretty tough situation for everyone, or many people.
Yes, and some of the research has shown, of course, that people's perception of the cost of money, it really is inextricably linked to their perception of their own prosperity, which in turn is a huge factor at the ballot box. So the picture here is really relevant to the election this year. It's not good news for Joe Biden. I think to some extent, my sources on this are talking about how the campaign hasn't really decided its message yet.
Right.
And that's going to be determined by how things pan out in the next couple of months. But it's a real headwind for making the case to the American people that these policies will serve them.
Well, no doubt about it, an important story in an election year, and certainly an important story or situation for a fair amount of Americans that are out there. Eliza, thank you. Eliza Reynolds-Hannon, she's senior credit reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us in our Atlanta bureau. I want to get back to, first of all, SBF, right? The headline crossing, prosecutors saying Sam Bankman-Fried should get as much as 50 years behind bars for his role in the collapse of FTX in, quote, what is likely the largest fraud of the last decade. I'm not quite sure. I guess that's what they said in kind of recommending this. So they asked a judge to impose, as you said, far less than 100 years that was initially recommended. But, you know, it's kind of interesting that it seems that's a pretty serious penalty.
Yeah, it's huge, and it kind of sends a warning shot across the bow, doesn't it, here? Because you have to remember, this was a significant DOJ investigation here when it came to Sam Bankman-Fried. But if you look at what's outstanding, there are still other perhaps smaller but outstanding investigations that still look at other cryptocurrency exchanges and lenders. And remember, this was not the only large thing that we have seen in the crypto community here by ways of massive penalties. Remember, the Binance fine paid to the United States, the settlement here, was one of the largest ever collected by U.S. regulators. So they're coming down hard on crypto. And frankly, some might wonder, how come so much harder than they did in the financial crisis?
Which is kind of interesting, because critics would say, well, wait, regulators, where were you when everybody, it's not like Bitcoin is, just came out last week, last month, last year. It's been around for a while. Where were you in terms of oversight?
Yeah, and that's still the case, too, because remember, so many of these exchanges, FTX largely operated outside of the United States.
We've got a guest coming up in a couple of hours, so we'll dig a little bit into this too, because it's interesting. You're also seeing a lot of other cryptocurrencies. You see investors piling into them, and you do wonder about the oversight there as well. All right, folks, we're going to continue to certainly track that. This on a Friday where you've got markets definitely off their best levels of the day. You've got right now the S&P 500 just down about 0.6%. It's the tech names once again, those big tech names dragging down the NASDAQ 100, which is down 1%.
Another thing that startups need to look for is a market that is either started to undergo or is soon going to undergo exponential growth. I think this is actually related to one of the biggest mistakes investors make when evaluating startups. Investors always say, well, what's your growth rate? We care about the growth rate. Investors will forgive smallish revenue today if it's growing quickly. For some reason, people don't think about markets this way. But if you think about the most important startups, they are the ones that I start in small markets that are growing very, very quickly. 11 years ago, the market for iPhone apps was $0. It's now huge. And I think if you only think about the TAM today, you'll make a big mistake. What you really want to do is identify a market that's going to grow every year and be able to ride that up elevator.
Welcome to the digital age. Are you struggling to stand out here? Don't worry. Meet Blue TV, who is your digital superhero.
Blue TV is a multi-purpose online media network that also provides digital marketing services. We are based in Islamabad, Pakistan. We are expert in creative marketing, social media and digital marketing, search engine optimization, web design, page rank, and SERPs, video editing, recording and production.
So, what are you waiting for? Pick up the phone and call or WhatsApp Blue TV on given number, or visit our Facebook page at facebook.com/blue.online.tv.
With Blue TV, your business growth will be skyrocketed.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need, like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
My general advice is continue to seek out companies or people that are maybe one stage or two stages ahead of you. And I think this is generalizable to not just to startups, but anyone seeking fast growth in their own professional lives, in their careers too. What does greatness look like? Try to seek out people who've been there, done that before, and then try to not connect with one, but try to interview 3, 5, 10 people to see what is a general pattern of greatness that look like that will get you to the next level of the company, next stage, maybe a year, 12 months from now, 24 months from now. Seek out people who kind of went down the path a few times. Then you'll start to find this pattern that start to emerge. What are things that you need to have 12 months from now, 24 months from now that you currently don't have? Then try to like build a path towards that. It's almost like Amazon's or Jeff Bezos' mantra of working backwards. Think about what your end game or next stage look like, and then figure out your steps to getting there, and who do you need to work with, upgrading or coaching your existing team or recruiting from somewhere else to really level your leadership. Because ultimately, the job of a CEO is to do 3 things, right? One is get the strategy right for your company, making sure it's executed, get the right teams onboarded, getting the resources, whether it be fundraising or allocating your resources. So it's strategy, people, or team, figuring out how you need to navigate those things to get to the next level.
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup. Obviously, more than can be said here in 20 minutes, but I will do the best I can. The most important thing, the number one lesson we try to teach startups is that the degree to which you're successful approximates the degree to which you build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it. Startups always ask us for the secret to success. They always want to believe it's something other than this, because this is really hard to do. But this is it. If you can build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it, you have done 80% of the work that you need to be a really successful startup. If you think about the most successful companies you know, Google, Facebook, whatever, you probably found out about them because a friend of yours said, you got to try this, it's great. So this is the bar. Something that people love so much they tell their friends about it. One important indicator for a product like that is a product that's simple to explain and easy to understand. If you can't explain in a few words what you do, and if at least some people don't say, oh, that's pretty interesting, that's usually a mistake. It's usually a sign of unclear thinking or a need that is not big enough.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
Well, I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need. Like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
But it's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
From the UK, and I'm the inventor of the Gel Razor. And today I'm looking for an angel investor to fund my project, the Gel Razor, whether that's a working concept and working prototype, or manufacturing possibilities with investment, or to get me a licensing deal secured. If you go in any supermarket today, you will see packets of razors sold separately with tins of mousse or gel. Hence I did the all-in-one. The idea is you pressurize the handle. The gel flows through the reservoir up to the head of the razor, coating the blades, ready for shave. My target market is 18 plus, male or female, male blue version, female pink version. What I'm looking for in an investor is someone who's passionate, determined, shares my vision. That's an important step for me, and willing to succeed as I wanted to succeed myself. Patented in the UK in 2021 September with copyright protection. I have a logo for the gel razor, which you will see on my LinkedIn profile. Currently working with a company in the US who have done me a lovely sell sheet. Big up to them guys. So if you're interested, contact me on LinkedIn profile, Paul J. Gwilt, GWILT, or email me at mufc219@gmail.com.
Doing well. Thank you for having me.
Well, it's great to have you here, and I feel like it's an environment, depending on the day, depending on the data points, kind of certainly shapes the mood of investors. A lot to digest. Is there a way that you sum up today's investment environment?
Yeah, I think honestly, the way I would sum it up is we are looking to the forward, looking for the Fed, right? We're looking to a lot of complacency in the market, a lot of uncertainty. The data tells us that unfortunately the consumer isn't nearly as strong as the data is telling us. They're taking on more debt, they're dipping into savings, they're defaulting on that additional debt. Yet here we have markets
we just talked about
broadly.
it. Yeah.
Markets are very complacent. PE multiples looking forward are very high, right? Spreads on bonds are very, very tight. Earnings expectations run very high. So what I would say is it's not that I'm bearish. We're really, really struggling to square up what we're seeing in the data versus what markets are telling us.
You know, I think Wall Street does this thing. Big investors, they shrug off the pains in the consumer, but there is a point at which the real economy starts to meet the market. And where is that overlap?
Yeah, I mean, the way I would characterize it, there's been a bit of a runaway train recently in terms of sentiment to the positive side. And what I worry about as we start to see data points that continue to affirm the economy is slowing, higher rates are actually having an impact, that we may see the exact opposite and markets pull back. We'll be watching the Fed very closely next week, right? We've in the face of a couple of very strong inflation prints, the Fed is looking at the dot plot because the Fed tells us they're going to cut rates 3 times this year.
Right.
I continue to push back. They told us they were going to be very reactive on the way up. They needed to see inflation above 2%, and they needed to think it was going to stay there, right? The famous transitory language. I worry even the Fed themselves, they might be making a policy mistake on the belief that they're going to cut rates in the face of this higher inflation in order to prevent that true slowdown.
So are you saying, because we've had like Torsten's Lock of Apollo management, we've all been talking about it, was a most read story in the Bloomberg, that we could maybe not get rate cuts this year? Maybe we shouldn't get rate cuts this year?
Yeah, I'd be a little bit hesitant to say we're not going to see a single rate cut. That's where I was leading into this. But in reality, the Fed is telling us they're probably going to cut rates. What I would discount is I don't think they're going to cut 3 times. I think a reasonable base case from my view is we'll probably get a single rate cut in recognition that inflation isn't running at 9%. It is coming down to 3%.
Right.
But maybe they don't need to actually get to 2 in an incredibly fast way. So they're probably going to hold it there for a little bit longer and adjust their expectations higher.
Now, the other question is when. We've been talking kind of just before we got on air about how tomorrow is actually the 2nd anniversary since the Fed began this Fed rate hiking cycle. So how long before they begin the rate cutting one? Does it have to be after the election?
I don't think it has to be after the election. I mean, my base case would be towards the late summer. But what I would say is we on Wall Street made a mistake. On the back of a very fast, very high interest rate hiking cycle, it was reasonable to assume that those long and variable lags would be a little bit shorter than we're historically accustomed to. But history tells us it's about 2 years before higher rates actually start to have a bite. And to your point, here we sit 2 years later and it is having a bite. So I think it's around the corner. It is slow, but I think it's around the corner, right? Because we see every single day the data is coming in just slightly weaker than markets expect.
So make the connection between like an NVIDIA that's up 80% this year with like the stuff we're seeing on everyday Americans. What's the connection that maybe we should be making?
I don't know if we should be making a connection, and that's one of the challenges, right? We've got a very bifurcated market, a couple very large companies. The hype around AI are really what's driving the market higher. But the entirety of the rest of the S&P 500, right, the 493, if you will, they're struggling.
But we have seen a little bit of a broadening out.
We have. But just earlier this week, we saw a survey out of small businesses that suggests forward-looking hiring plans are coming down, and they're consistent with that slowdown. And so there is a very big disconnect. And even on some of the AI, we have concerns because they're spending a lot of money, historically a lot more than they have spent, and their return on that invested capital is coming down. So if Wall Street doesn't see that return pick up, I worry that that sentiment could soften there as well.
So you know how there was a point in time where people looked at some of these big tech companies and almost saw them as a haven here. Do you think that that same dynamic is starting to face the semiconductor stocks? Do you think that in some ways that if you believe that a job market is softening, or if you believe that there are some struggles in the broader environment, that there still would be investment potentially into AI? I mean, does that start to also drop off in a way that no longer justifies these valuations?
Well, what I'll say is I think semiconductors traditionally are actually a fairly cyclical investment, and they've bucked that trend because of the hype around AI, and every company in the world feels like they have to jump in, they have to play catch up. But I think just like the internet or just like robotics, right? AI is something that's going to really work to shape the world, not over the next 1 or 2 or 3 years. It's over the next decades to come.
The runway's longer.
So the cycle probably should be longer, but the hype has really moved forward at a very quick pace.
I'm going to ask the savage question here.
Go for it. Love the savage question.
The savage question is, if companies are investing in this environment where dollars are harder to come by, do they invest in AI or do they invest in the marginal job?
I think over time it's going to have to move back towards that marginal job because, again, what we're not seeing is the return on invested capital. So there's a bit, just like in markets, there's that fear of missing out, FOMO. You have to rush in because it's worked across 2023 and 2024. I feel like companies are also playing that catch up. They hear their peers are investing in AI, and therefore they have to invest in AI, but that should change.
Do you invest in, is there an AI play that you guys have been investing in because you kind of have to, or your investors are asking you to?
It's less because of that, but what I would say is what we want to find is companies with very strong moats. And so in the face of all of this uncertainty, this data that suggests on one level the economy is doing well, GDP for instance, but then gross domestic income should say the same thing, but it says something very opposite. We're really focusing on companies that surround the moat around AI. So companies like SK Hynix, right, still involved in that cycle, but not wrapped up in nearly the same amount of hype and PE multiple.
Where else would you commit new money in this environment as you lay it out?
Yeah, the biggest takeaway from what I'm talking with clients this week is that uncertainty is very high. It's not that I think we are heading into a recession. It's that the possibility when we look at data and we pair these disparate indicators, right? Things like the establishment survey versus the household survey say very, very different things.
We've talked a lot about the mixed data points that make it tough.
It's pull back. It's just you don't have to be investing in these runaway sectors in order to be involved in the markets. So fixed income continues to look tremendously interesting, right? Income opportunities across the globe are very high. Global dividend paying stocks look very attractive to us.
You still think so on fixed income with where spreads are today?
Less on spreads, but treasuries, right, and low 4% is still historically, at least over a reasonable history, the last 15, 20 years, is a very interesting starting place. But the reason why I think fixed income in particular is interesting is because we debate what the Fed is going to do. I don't think the next move is going to be a hike. It will be a cut. I do think it's much longer. But the beauty of it is central banks around the world can cut if we get that recession.
Wait, did he just say, I don't think the next move is going to be a hike? So is that even a possibility we should keep in our narrative?
I think it's absolutely, we need to keep it in our narrative, right? Central banks run a objective where they have to react to incoming data.
Right.
And the challenge is inflation has stopped falling, and if anything, it's actually started to reaccelerate in some sectors. So I think it's premature to talk about a hike, but it's not off the table.
Wow. Great conversation. Come back soon. Jeff Klingelhoff, Head of Investments at Thornburg Investment Management, joining us in studio. Hey, still ahead, we've got Options Insight with our own Abigail Doolittle and Interactive broker Steve Sosnick. We're coming in with that on the other side. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, along with Shana Bassett.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Reckitt Benckiser Group ADRs are plunging after a jury awarded an Illinois woman $60 million in damages, saying that the company's baby formula led to the death of her premature baby. Shares the ADRs of Reckitt Benckiser, they are now lower by 14.3%. The UK company's stock fell to the lowest level since 2014 after the verdict. Reckitt's products, by the way, include Lysol, Mucinex, and Finish dishwashing detergents, among other brands. Again, the ADR is down 14.3%. Boeing has sent a so-called multi-operator message to operators of the 787 jetliner following an in-flight incident involving the long-distance jet a few days ago, in which the plane briefly and rapidly lost altitude, injuring multiple people on board. The American manufacturer sent the advisory note to all operators of the 787, according to German tourism company TUI, which also has the plane in its fleet. TUI did not reveal the content of the memo, though the Wall Street Journal reported earlier that the message asked airlines to check the cockpit seats on 787 Dreamliners after the mishap involved the unit was identified as the likely cause of the plunge. Meanwhile, sources tell Bloomberg United Airlines is close to securing 36 or more Airbus A321neo jets from aircraft lessors as it looks to replace Boeing's 737 MAX 10 orders. Adobe shares are plunging today after earnings. Right now we've got Adobe down 13.8%. A weak sales outlook for the current quarter fueled concerns that new AI startups are a competitive threat. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, it is time for our weekly Options Insight. With us is Bloomberg News Markets reporter Abigail Doolittle with Interactive Brokers Chief Strategist Steve Sosnick. Abigail, over to you.
Thanks so much, Carol. And Steve, great to have you with us on this special Friday, one that I know you've been looking forward to, both triple witching and the quarterly S&P 500 rebalance. I'd like to start out on how many contracts, what is the open interest? Because early this morning I heard $3.5 trillion, and then most recently I've heard $5.3 trillion. Beyond that volume and what else is today bringing us, it does appear to have some volatility as well.
Oh, well, thanks for having me, Abigail. Those numbers sort of refer to the AM expiring, the 5.2 trillion refers to the AM expiring index options and index futures options, which you get on the quarterly expirations. And then the 3.2 trillion was the open interest expiring in the afternoon session at after 4 o'clock. The problem is open interest is always reported with a lag. And so those numbers vastly understate the amount of options activity that we see. For example, NVIDIA, which, my comment on that one is it's NVIDIA's market and we're all just trading in it. We've had 142,000 of the 900 calls that expire this afternoon trade today. So that's share equivalent. It's 14 million shares share equivalent. It's not 100% correct delta on a stock that's traded 41 million. So, and there was thousands and thousands of other options that have traded in that name. So it's really the tail wagging the dog in a lot of these cases.
And that stock is actually up 1.5%. I always will remember the triple witching of March 2020 because it was really the reset out of the pandemic sell-off into quite a bull market. Could this options expiration ever turn out to be a reset? And I suppose if it would, given the parabolic uptrend that we've had recently, it would be to the downside, although NVIDIA is certainly not suggesting that right now. Again, up 1.5%.
Well, that's always the case. There's often something very climactic about triple witching, as it were. And certainly that was the most climactic event that many of us, we've seen in recent memory. It's hard to attribute that here, but to me, what's very interesting today is you have SMCI going in as part of the rebalancing because S&P tends to do its rebalancings around quarterly expirations, unless of course there's a corporate action. But the ones that are sort of discretionary, they do around quarterly expirations, and you have between SMCI and Deckers going in, that's about 85 billion in market cap. When you have Whirlpool and Zions going out, that's about 11 billion in market cap. So what you need to do if you're an index fund is sell 500 stocks basically to afford to buy the two that you need to add. And I think that's putting pressure on the index. But what it also means for option traders is SMCI has a huge gamut of strikes. They have $5 strikes on an $1,100 stock. And so if you get a big upsurge into the close, you could find a lot of calls becoming in the money. But then if the stock falls off afterwards, a lot of those holders don't necessarily want to be exercised, or vice versa. A lot of puts could seemingly expire out of the money, but holders may want to actually exercise. And there is a methodology that you can do to either exercise or lapse calls or puts that you don't want or you do want. But it requires a lot of attention.
Well, that's really great perspective, especially on a stock that has been up almost 1,200% over the last year. Steve Sosnick of Interactive Brokers, thanks so much for joining us for Options Insight today. Carol and Shanali, back to you.
All right, Abigail Doolittle, thank you so much. We're going to continue talking triple witching. Abigail's going to come back at the top of our next hour and talk a little bit into that and see as we get into that last hour of trading.
Last hour of trading. And again, we were talking about how this last hour is going to mark the second week of declines for the S&P 500, and that's all as you have the two-year yield flying back above 470. Carol, it is a stunning reversal.
A new market reset, that's for sure. All right, folks, this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week on this Friday, March 15th. Pi Day was yesterday. It's the Ides of March today, just in case, which kind of fits with triple witching. She's Shanali Bossack. Tim is, of course, out on this Friday, but we got an hour to go, but we'll see whether or not we see some more volatility pick up maybe in the trade.
Yeah, we know there are reasons why with that options expiry, but we also know that there's a lot of changing of thinking around what's going to happen next week with the critical Fed meeting, and you have traders all over the place just digesting just what that means.
No, it's a really important thing in terms of sentiment, how it either tweaks it or shapes it significantly. All right, so we're going to be covering that. We're also going to talk a little bit about the copper and iron ore markets. On the move this week, we've got a great guest, William Chin, head of commodities at the Singapore-based exchange SGX Group. So we're going to talk about, they recently been meeting, I think, with investors, specifically talking about the financialization of iron ore. So we'll see what he has to say on that.
It's pretty fascinating. Of course, that is a Singapore-based company. It's a Singapore-based exchange, and commodities is a global story and an extraordinarily volatile one. And speaking of volatility, there's another thing we're going to talk about, too. On the
What
move.
happened this week?
What happened this week? We're going to talk to Adam Sullivan. He is the CEO of Core Scientific. I am so excited for this conversation because that is a Bitcoin mining firm, and it came out of bankruptcy earlier this year. Just in time, Carol, for that long-awaiting Bitcoin halving. We'll probably explain to everybody what that is.
And I'm curious about the impact of what it's going to have on them, especially in terms of revenues going forward. David Weston's going to be by with a preview of Wall Street Week, and then we're going to talk a little bit of whiskey ahead of St. Patrick's Day this week, and we've got the founder of Natterjack Irish Whiskey. Do you drink whiskey?
I sure do. I think I might pour one out after this show. How about you?
I don't know. It's a little hot and heavy for me. But we're going to talk about it and certainly get his story. First up, though, let's get a story or the stories of the market on this Friday. Let's head on over to Charlie Pellet with a check on that and the trade. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, and good afternoon to you both. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ in the red, Russell 2000 in the green by 0.4%. Small caps are advancing, but Dow Jones Industrial Average right now down 183 points, a decline of 0.5%. S&P 500 index down 29 right now on the S&P. That is a drop of 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index right at 16,000 now, down 128, a drop there of 0.8%. 10-year 4.30% with a 2-year 4.72%. Spot gold is moving lower by 0.1%, 21.58 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%, 80.93 a barrel on WTI, and Bitcoin right now. Volatile week. Bitcoin back above 70,000 today, so we've seen quite the move today. 70,295 on Bitcoin. It is down today by 0.6%. Wall Street will be shifting its attention to the Fed meeting next week with a decision Wednesday, 2 o'clock Wall Street time, and of course the J. Powell News Conference 30 minutes later. Kathy Boschensik is chief economist at Nationwide Mutual Insurance.
Inflation has been more stubborn than expected, and the Fed is not in a reason, there's no reason for them to be in a hurry to cut interest rates. The labor market's still quite strong, consumers doing well. So I think they take their time and make sure, they're fully confident that inflation is going back to 2%.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance Podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. And yes, Bloomberg Radio will have both the Fed decision and, of course, the news conference right here on Bloomberg Radio next Wednesday. Goldman Sachs has bumped President and Chief Operating Officer John Walden's pay package by 28% to $30 million for his work in a year when earnings slumped of the Wall Street giant. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 27, a drop of 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
We're also going to talk now to Abigail Doolittle. We're going to talk about big tech, selling off, putting pressure on the S&P, even more pressure on the NASDAQ 100, all while a pile of options are expiring in a triple witching event. We're looking at derivative stocks and everything underneath the surface. What's moving?
I would say everything is moving today, and on volume and with volatility. I mean, we were a little bit higher, a little bit lower, a lot lower. Now we're sort of right in the middle. The S&P 500 down 0.5%. To your point, Shanali, the NASDAQ 100 down more, down 0.9%. Microsoft down 2%. Adobe down 14% on a bad view, sales outlook on AI fears. Amazon down 2%. Carol, I wish Tim were here, although I love you, Shanali.
Are you going to talk Apple?
A death cross just today came through, and that's when the 50-day moving average goes below the 100-day, 200-day moving average, and that is a way of saying that the short-term buyers have kind of given up. They've turned into sellers, and they're crossing below the long-term support. That chart sort of looks like it's breaking down.
Does that short-term always then become the long-term?
So I have to go back on Apple to see, because a death cross on each marketplace is different. So I'm just taking it. So death crosses on Apple are actually bearish. Just taking a quick look. So this could be a bearish event. The NASDAQ 100, you were talking about that weakness there, Shanali, almost on its 50-day moving average. Now, it did this about a month ago and didn't go below, but if it goes below, it will be the first time of the year. And in fact, we're now looking at a second down week for the NASDAQ 100 in a row, the first time that we've seen that in the year, and down more than 2%. So, Steve Sosnick and I were talking about this triple witching, the expiration of all these contracts and derivatives, and I don't think I'm even using the terminology correctly, but lots going on here. But it can act as a reset point. So the question is, given this year's parabolic uptrend, the fact that NVIDIA, this is incredible to me, this year ahead of NVIDIA pulling back a little bit, up basically 100% on the year. Will this be a reset into the Fed? This could be the technical reset, and then the Fed could be the fundamental reset.
That's fascinating. Well, go ahead.
Abigail, are these expiries of these options, is it for the indices or the stocks themselves?
So it's three, and I want to make sure I get this correct here. So it's the individual stock options, it's the stock index futures, and then I'm trying to
index options and futures?
Yes. I'm just trying to open up my emails so fast and get there for exact.
But long story short, the idea here is that so much moves with the indices, particularly with ETFs here, which is part of the reason that these moves
are so big.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. The stock options, stock index futures, stock index option contracts. And when it used to be the quadruple witching, and it's so funny, it sounds so like spooky, and it's just the expiration.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're pretty doomsday.
It should be Halloween rather than St. Patty's Day. Well, it's interesting about the reset, because I do think about, there is a point where markets kind of there's a significant run up, but we've talked about this. Like maybe it's a healthier market when you do see some of the gains taken back a little bit.
Completely agreed, because the NASDAQ 100 right now, if I describe this to our listeners, it's a beautiful uptrend out of the October lows. It's basically gone higher, but there have been these little pullbacks back in early January, almost to the 50-day moving average. That happened again at the beginning of February, sort of, the end of February, and here we are now. And each of those resets, mini resets, acted as a way higher. The question, though, is will this near-term support hold? If it does not, I suspect we would go down to the 200-day moving average, which would be a correction-type territory. But for the long term, given the fact that this is the index that last year had its its best first half, up more than 40% ever. So those gains are still in there. So the more consolidation, the better. You shake out the weak hands and make space for new investors.
You know, it's interesting. We're talking about out with the old options, in with the new, but next week is actually a massive week for economic data, and not just in the United States. When you think about some of these massive stocks that we're talking about, NVIDIA, Apple, next week, we actually start the week with a lot of economic data out of China. And then we get to the Fed. And so how volatile can next week become, knowing that we're going to have all these cross currents entering the market?
That's a great question, and it's interesting because I almost feel like China has factored out of the markets. There was a time when the data would come out overnight and, you know, you'd have futures really move in a big way. I feel like that's happening less right now. But that said, if it comes in wildly better or wildly worse, I would suggest wildly worse. It could be negative. Wildly better, people are still going to be on hold for the Fed, I think. You know, bringing up China, the HXC, so the China stocks, as you both know, have underperformed U.S. stocks dramatically for 3 or 4 years now. We have had a little bit of strength for some of the China tech stocks.
Didn't we have like a 20% correction or 10% or 20% correction in Chinese stocks specifically?
I don't know the degree, but what I do know is that this week the U.S. is underperforming China because China tech stocks up 4.3%, the best week almost since September of last year, or at one point on track for that gain. That's not the case anymore. Whereas again, the Nasdaq's down 1%. So much money had been going into U.S. stocks. Maybe this is in some anticipation that that data will come out a little bit stronger. You know, Alon Rosen of Oppenheimer the other day was telling us that he was seeing a fair amount of activity in that K-Web, which of course is a ETF for China stocks. So it'll be interesting to see, but you make a great point. I think at the end of the day, though, people are waiting for the Fed. And the reason that beyond waiting for the Fed that we usually do, because PPI and CPI and some of these other numbers have come in warm or hot, and you do have some big strategists such as Torsten Slok talking about whether or not there will be any cuts this year. I think that people really want to be reassured that 2024 is the year of at least one cut, hopefully 3. Does it start in June? If there's any indication that this data, that they don't want this inflation to be sticky, that they may be more on pause, that would be a reset.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Bloomberg News Markets reporter Abigail Doolittle breaking down certainly the trade today, and also talking a little bit of China, which gets us really nicely to our next segment, because we've been watching a few commodities in the mining space. This is prices for 2 of the world's most important mine commodities are diverging quickly, with copper rallying above $9,000 a ton as supply cuts into hits the market, and iron ore is sinking as demand headwinds mount as well. Copper, by the way, surging about 5% this week, and then in the iron ore market, you've got futures falling below $100 a ton for the first time in 7 months. This has to do with China investors betting that China's years-long property crisis will run through 2024, keeping a lid on demand. So we continue to see some pressure on that sector. We've got a great guest.
We sure do. And he's joining us from our Bloomberg News Bureau in Chicago. William Chin, Managing Director and Head of Commodities at Singapore-based exchange conglomerate SGX Group. Will, how are you? Welcome, and welcome to our Chicago Bureau, joining us from, you know, the U.S. Commodities center of the country, really.
I'm very well, thank you for having me. It's a huge delight to be in Chicago, which is really home to one of the earliest trading of commodities contracts.
How do you see the ability for SGX to really expand into different commodities markets and really build on the client base that you have trading commodities on your Singapore-based exchange?
You know, the nature of what we do in the Singapore Exchange is to be liquidity builders of key things which represent seaborne flows of commodities going from west to east and east to west. In other words, point A to point B. So a lot of what we do is to mirror what's needed from a risk management perspective. Some of the things that we have done in the past would be stuff which is related to industrialization in Asia. So we've looked at iron ore. Shipping is a key part of what we do. And recently we've been focusing on some of the newer trends in the markets, which includes things like cobalt and lithium, which are crucial in the energy transition story.
Well, and I am curious about China specifically. How do you think you guys can benefit specifically from the general loss of confidence in China? Singapore has long played on that, for example. People who want to bet on China but are too wary to really wade in. Is this good? Can you guys specifically benefit off that?
You know, the key role of an exchange is really very much a arbiter of a credible price. So in many ways, people are typically very surprised when we talk about Singapore being the reference price of commodity contracts, which are traded around the world. The very essence of the role we play is one of price discovery. In other words, consumers and producers would come to the exchange to look for a fair price. You know, what kind of determines the marginal demand and supply, which makes up the price that goes into physical contracts. So that's a price that, that's a role that we play, and we play that where the prices are going up or where the prices are going down.
When you look at the macro environment right now, where do you think that there are commodities with the most promise, given where many global economies are now and demand that would drive interest in those areas? Do you think that there are certain things that you trade now that have a lot of upside room?
You know, I would love to talk about iron ore, because iron ore, and I really love the phrase that, you know, that you used at the very beginning of the program, which is the invasion of iron ore. It really very much mirrors the evolution of iron ore. From a product 14 years ago, there was no iron ore futures, and today it's a product that's grown to one that's traded 4.5 billion tons of paper back in 2023. Now, this is a huge contract. It's grown. It's got a lot of potential to do a lot more, and a lot of that is mirroring the role of the role of iron ore in the urbanization story. So while some quarters, some clients look at iron ore as a China reference because China is the world's largest producer of steel. Right. Urbanization is a global story. So that's one big thing, which is kind of evolving iron ore into a global story. We also talk about the key input of iron ore into the making of steel, and steel is a key input into the energy transition story. So we see iron ore to be one which is growing and evolving into a global story.
But we'll kind of play off of, again, some of the uncertainty over in China specifically. I'm curious how you get more commodities companies, iron ore and others, to build up their presence specifically on your exchange, on SGX. How do you do that?
So the typical client segment that we attract would be the physical hedgers. So both iron ore producers, steel producers, they would come into the SGX for hedging purposes. Now, the product itself is evolving into one from a hedging element to a trading element to now one of a financial element. In other words, iron ore is finding itself into the cornerstone of many global commodity portfolios. And a lot of that mirrors what we said just earlier around the role of iron ore evolving into one of a global commodity.
What about outside of iron ore? You were asking about commodities with upside risk, but what about those with downside risk? There's still a lot of recession fears baking through the economy, certainly in the United States, but other global economies giving global central bank rate hiking cycles. You think about next week alone, 40% of the world's GDP is expected to have a central bank meeting in which many will make a case for either keeping interest rates higher or lower. How will that macro backdrop that worries about a downturn impact certain commodities in your view?
You know, all of these macro developments will drive increased and enhanced volatility in prices in commodities. I think the world has seen since COVID and post-COVID that the way of doing business, which is just in time, just enough in the commodity supply chain, that is very susceptible to shocks in the market, whether it's macro policies, whether it's some of what you've mentioned with central bank moves in the market, but all of that would drive a lot more, I guess, usage and adoption of what commodities means from a risk management perspective. So we see a lot of use cases, like I've said, you know, both upside and downside. We see a lot of clients turning to the SGX for risk management services, whether this is in commodities, whether this is in equities, whether this is in FX. And that's rising across the board for us as we see enhanced volatility and uncertainty in the world.
What's your goal or what's your mission in terms of building up liquidity, right, on these exchanges? Like, this is all great, and you talk about the financialization of iron ore or others, or other commodities, if you will, or metal-based commodities. How do you, though, build up liquidity, which will bring in investors?
You know, I guess my mission kind of translates into one outcome, which is the pole vaulting of iron ore into the global class of key macro commodity contracts. So think copper, think crude oil. We think iron ore has a very big role to play as it continues to
Or lithium, is that also part of it, like a lithium contract?
We think lithium is interesting. It's certainly part of the energy transition story, and it will have a role to play. It's small in terms of how it kind of mirrors the physical market, but we think this will have a very big role to play in years to come.
All right, going to leave it on that note. Some interesting something to think about, certainly against the macro backdrop of some of the trade that we've seen in both copper and also more specifically iron ore. Hey, Will, thank you so much. Thanks for stopping by our Chicago Bureau. Will Chin, he's Managing Director and Head of Commodities at SGX Group, joining us from our Chicago Bureau. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, just watching. It was funny and interesting to talk about China a little bit, the trade, because it does feel like for such a long time, economic news would come out of China specifically, impact the trade here. It feels like whether investors are wary of some of the data points or not trusting it or waiting for the government to do something that shakes it all up.
And then we have to remember those U.S. data points hit at 10 a.m. Eastern time often, so that changes the trade often, doesn't it?
That's a really good point. All right, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week.
Another thing that startups need to look for is a market that is either started to undergo or is soon going to undergo exponential growth. I think this is actually related to one of the biggest mistakes investors make when evaluating startups. Investors always say, well, what's your growth rate? We care about the growth rate. Investors will forgive smallish revenue today if it's growing quickly. For some reason, people don't think about markets this way. But if you think about the most important startups, they are the ones that I start in small markets that are growing very, very quickly. 11 years ago, the market for iPhone apps was $0. It's now huge. And I think if you only think about the TAM today, you'll make a big mistake. What you really want to do is identify a market that's going to grow every year and be able to ride that up elevator.
Welcome to the digital age. Are you struggling to stand out here? Don't worry. Meet Blue TV, who is your digital superhero.
Blue TV is a multi-purpose online media network that also provides digital marketing services. We are based in Islamabad, Pakistan. We are expert in creative marketing, social media and digital marketing, search engine optimization, web design, page rank, and SERPs, video editing, recording and production.
So, what are you waiting for? Pick up the phone and call or WhatsApp Blue TV on given number, or visit our Facebook page at facebook.com/blue.online.tv.
With Blue TV, your business growth will be skyrocketed.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
Well, I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need, like a new leather jacket for bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
general advice is continue to seek out companies or people that are maybe one stage or two stages ahead of you. And I think this is generalizable to not just to startups, but anyone seeking fast growth in their own professional lives, in their careers too. What does greatness look like? Try to seek out people who've been there, done that before, and then try to not connect with one, but try to interview 3, 5, 10 people to see what is a general pattern of greatness that look like that will get you to the next level of the company, next stage, maybe a year, 12 months from now, 24 months from now. Seek out people who kind of went down that path a few times. Then you'll start to find this pattern that start to emerge. What are things that you need to have 12 months from now, 24 months from now that you currently don't have? Then try to like build a path towards that. It's almost like Amazon's or Jeff Bezos' mantra of working backwards. Think about what your end game or next stage look like, and then figure out your steps to getting there and who do you need to work with, upgrading or coaching your existing team or recruiting from somewhere else to really level your leadership. Because ultimately, the job of a CEO is to do 3 things, right? One is get the strategy right for your company, making sure it's executed, get the right teams onboarded, getting the resources, whether it be fundraising or allocating your resources. So it's strategy, people, or team, figuring out how you need to navigate those things to get to the next level.
Alone.
Yeah, it's interesting. That is some leverage popping out of the bubble, isn't it? But, you know, traders aren't the only ones that are impacted by the Bitcoin price. We are going to be joined now, right, by Adam Sullivan, who is a great guest right before the halving cycle, president and CEO of the small cap publicly held crypto mining firm Core Scientific. Core Scientific, of course, emerged from bankruptcy just earlier this year, kind of right in time for the halving. But when you think about the dynamics that are ahead of you now, what are you most concerned about in terms of getting the rewards from Bitcoin going from more than 6 Bitcoin per block to just over 3?
Yeah, I mean, so Core Scientific, we were the leader in Bitcoin mining from 2021 to 2023 in terms of Bitcoins mined. We've mined more Bitcoin than any other publicly traded mining company in 2024. And so as we look towards the halving, for us, it's about maintaining and increasing our share of the total market. So today we've seen the total network exahash continue to increase, even through really 2023 when Bitcoin was pulling back. We didn't necessarily have a bull run. But now we're seeing Bitcoin price increase, and so the amount of exahash that's on the network, the compute applied to the network, has continued to increase going to the halving.
Just because the value has gone up.
Just because the value's gone up. So old equipment is actually turning back online to capture these higher Bitcoin prices.
Well, what does that mean for your input costs as well? The cost of all the things that you need to mine that Bitcoin in the first place.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily about the cost, it's about the difficulty. So the difficulty, every 2 weeks, Bitcoin resets how difficult it is to mine a Bitcoin. And so the difficulty has been increasing steadily over the course of the past 5, 6 years, actually, for the entirety of Bitcoin's existence, but it's been increasing more rapidly in 2024 given the price run-up.
I want to go back to halving, though. I just want to understand, make sure our audience does. So it happens every 4 years. So it means the amount you and other miners have right at this point, basically your validating blocks are cut in half. So how doesn't that impact the top line, the revenue line?
Absolutely, it definitely does. But people on the network
and
do
I understand
turn
the
off.
value of as Bitcoin goes up. That's also a factor, and that's a big factor.
Yeah, but once we get to the halving, part of the network will shut off because they become unprofitable to mine at those levels.
Okay.
And so we get an increasing share of the overall network post-halving.
When you say part of the network shuts off, do you mean that companies, rivals of yours, will face increased financial pressure?
Absolutely. In 2022, we saw the Bitcoin price go into kind of a bear cycle. We saw energy prices go higher. And so what you saw was a number of challenged companies sell facilities, sell miners. And you'll see that again at the halving.
Adam, I mean, you're kind of a great person to talk to, given that Core Scientific faced bankruptcy once. Why is this time different for you guys? How did you emerge from bankruptcy and make it into this cycle?
Yeah, I mean, it was a 13-month process, and when we came out a much stronger company. So we had a much more interesting capital structure. We lowered our debt by almost 40%, and they gave us optionality in the capital structure.
About $400 million in debt that you guys trimmed?
Yeah, we trimmed about $400 million.
Yeah.
And so the rest of our capital structure has optionality in it, meaning there's mandatory converts in it, there's cash exercise warrants, and so if we perform well, it creates a situation where we'll be debt-free.
So what are some of the lessons learned from the first bull run we saw in crypto going into now the new bull run going into crypto into the halving?
Yeah, it's that Bitcoin mining is very much a commodity company, right? So you have energy inputs on one side and you have Bitcoin outputs on the other side. And you have to be able to hedge input costs and hedge output costs. And so, we were a case study and we had over 600 million of Bitcoin on balance sheet. And when Bitcoin started to trade down, it not only hurt our balance sheet, but our income statement started to get constrained as well. And so that was the real issue in 2022.
So your balance sheet is very different so that you can't get into that situation again? Like, go play it out for us a little bit more, because you are a great case study. I think if I'm an MBA student, I want to study your company and understand, what happened and then how you came out and how you're doing something different. Because I could certainly see similar scenarios and troubles playing out again.
History tends to repeat itself.
It does. But, the interesting part is our counterparties, our debt holders, understand that. And so they built two things into the capital structure, time and optionality. So the time is they bought us essentially 3 to 4 years before there's any larger maturity walls on our debt.
Which you didn't have last time.
Which we had a lot of short-term amortizing debt on the balance sheet before.
Okay.
And they also built us in optionality, where if we trade above certain levels, we are able to eliminate our debt. And so really those two things make us a completely different company from that perspective.
Now let's walk through some of the impacts of the halving. How much do you think it will impact revenue at the end of the day?
Yeah, it's a great question, because if you look back at the estimates in 2020, no one was right. And so when you look at 2024 and you look at the estimates, we have a feeling that anywhere between 10 to 15% of the network will come offline. So that means our revenues will be cut by about 40%. Now, depending on Bitcoin price, if that trades down, depending on the mix between machines at different power prices, more network exahash could come offline. And so we could have a better or worse scenario depending on those factors.
That's a big number. Is that manageable? Even with the covenants or whatever that you said that you guys are doing it differently in terms of how you're managing your balance sheet, that's a big hit. How do you manage that?
Yeah, you manage it through really 3 different areas, but one of the main ones is on the energy side. So you need to have flexibility and the ability to curtail more often on the grid, because you get paid to curtail. Or in some cases in regulated markets, it actually brings down your power costs. And so for us, as we look at the revenue cut, it actually provides an opportunity for us to showcase what we've built internally. We have the most advanced software team, the most advanced technology team, and the best operations team in the industry.
So you can automatically get those power benefits?
We can, yeah.
They're right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what about others here? I mean, I'm kind of curious about how you think the industry is changing.
Are you going to say Dogecoin? Are you going to go there?
Well, how do you react, right? How do you I was actually going to go to another buzzword, and it's AI.
Yeah.
And do you sit there as a Bitcoin mining firm and say we're going to diversify into other areas as well, where certain hardware could be applicable? We've heard people talking about things like that. Do you buy some of your rivals at this point? How do you diversify or maybe double down on this industry?
Yeah, so we actually signed a contract, it was announced a few weeks ago, with CoreWeave, a very large HPC company. That's really the first foray. Our company has traditional data center roots, and so we're looking at converting about 300 megawatts of our 724 megawatts today into actually HPC compute facilities. And so absolutely, we're taking a look at what it means in 2028 to be competitive and trying to work towards, the infrastructure is a 3-year game. So it's working towards altering our infrastructure before the next, halving in 2028.
HPC, high performance computing.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I understood it. Go ahead.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I was pretending.
Oh, thank you, Google. Thank you, Google.
But, when you're thinking about 2028 and you think about this halving cycle, even if halving cycles of the past had caused a run-up in Bitcoin or at least preceded one, how can you be sure that that will be the case for the future? As somebody who's running a business, do you almost have to protect yourself from maybe that not being the case every time?
This business is about protecting your downside risk and preparing for downside volatility. Because if you can have time in market in Bitcoin mining, you can actually experience the bull runs. Which, if you can't experience the bull runs, then Bitcoin mining is generally just for most of the time, Bitcoin is about a 30 to 40% margin business, but during bull runs, the margin profile expands rapidly.
So, are you set up okay? So we're just below $70,000 on Bitcoin. Are you okay with Bitcoin at 65,000?
Absolutely.
60,000.
Absolutely.
55,000.
Absolutely. We emerged at less than half of at 70,000.
So if there's some kind of significant haircut, you're fine.
Absolutely.
So when you're going back to the capital markets, right, I think one thing that fascinates me is that a lot of these big Bitcoin companies, and sorry, just about a minute to answer here, but these big companies are levering up again. Mm-hmm. Does that come with a warning sign?
It does a little bit. Absolutely. I mean, this industry is, Bitcoin, especially the price, has been driven by leverage in the past. We're seeing a little bit different Bitcoin price run up today, driven by ETFs, and I think that's actually a positive sign for our industry.
MicroStrategy.
What'd you say?
MicroStrategy just borrowed a ton of money to be buying Bitcoin, so leverage looks a little different in the system these days, I guess, than it had in the past.
Well, as you can see, we get pretty excited. I know you get really excited when we're talking about this topic. Adam, come back soon. Interesting, especially it's a different year, a new year for you guys, so be interesting to maybe catch up with you real soon. Again,
absolutely.
Really appreciate it. Adam Sullivan, President and CEO, as we said, small cap, publicly held crypto mining firm Core Scientific. You can find it, certainly, ticker is CORZ. Thank you again. We so appreciate it. All right, everybody, coming up, we're going to get the drive to the close. In the meantime, a check on world and national news. Back over to Amy Morse. She's in D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Carol. Prosecutors say Sam Bankman-Fried should get as much as 50 years behind bars for his role in the collapse of the FTX cryptocurrency exchange, calling it, quote, likely the largest fraud of the last decade. In a court filing, the government is asking for less than the 100 years recommended for the fraud, but more than the 6.5-year minimum. Israel's war cabinet approved an assault on the Gazan city of Rafah after civilians have first been moved out. It's an indication authorities are prepared to step up their military campaign against Hamas with those ceasefire talks ongoing. This as President Biden praised remarks from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer criticizing Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, saying the speech reflected concerns about the war in Gaza. Schumer yesterday called for new Israeli elections and the replacement of Netanyahu. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis will not be disqualified from overseeing the Georgia election interference case against former President Trump. Judge Scott McAfee has ruled her relationship with lead prosecutor Nathan Wade was improper, but the conflict of interest does not require her removal as long as Wade is taken off the case. Former Watergate Special Prosecutor Nick Ackerman says the judge did the prosecution a favor.
In any case like this where a prosecutorial misconduct is alleged, normally there has to be some showing that in some way this undermined the defendant's right to a fair trial.
Former Watergate prosecutor Nick Ackerman. Wade has since resigned from the case. And this is day 2 of the PGA Tour's Players Championship. Round 2 still underway in Florida. American Wyndham Clark remains atop the leaderboard at last check. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks trading lower. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks off their lows, but like you said, still in the red today with the Dow currently down 211 points. S&P's dropped 35, and NASDAQ is lower by 0.9%. The U.S. 10-year yield at 4.31%. Gold is down 4, oil trading in the red, and Bitcoin is lower by 1%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were energy and materials. Tech and telecom were under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, J.P. Morgan and Boeing, while Salesforce and Microsoft led to the downside. After earnings, Jabil fell 18%. Adobe dropped 14%, while over in Europe, Reckitt fell as much as 20%. That's the most ever. In other news, Zillow plunged 14% after the NAR agreed to slash commissions. And wrapping things up, crypto play MicroStrategy rose 7% to its highest level since 2000. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. Have a great weekend. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type squawk, SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. Just about 18 minutes left in today's trading session. Getting ready to wrap up the Friday trade and the week overall. And safe to say that we are so ready to do it. Let's bring in Nancy Tangler. Great to have her back. She's CEO and Chief Investment Officer at Laffer Tangler Investments, author of The Women's Guide to Successful Investing, with us from Scottsdale, Arizona. It is great to have you back. How are you?
I'm fine, Carol. How are you?
Doing well. Keeping up, getting ready for the Fed meeting next week. I am curious, you are there, before we get into that, because there's so much stuff that went on this week, but I am curious, when you are in and around Scottsdale, what is it that's top of mind for everybody? Is it the economy? Is it the election? Is it Fed talk? What is it?
Well, Carol, I wake up at 3:30 in the morning and I go home and go to bed at 6 o'clock at night. So
you don't talk to anybody.
I don't top of mind with too many people. But I think in our in the circles that I do travel in, people will hear, of course, they're worried about immigration, but from an economic standpoint, they're just worried about inflation. I mean, only in our business will we talk about rate of change. It's coming down, but still, costs in grocery stores are up 25%. And that's not the rate of change, right? I mean, that's there and it's hard to take away. I just wrote a piece on Walmart, but one of the things that struck me the last time I was there, I paid $7.20 at Walmart for a 64-ounce jug of Clorox bleach.
Wow.
Well, it's interesting.
$2.50 pre-pandemic.
Yeah,
So-
that inflation story too. We were kind of talking a little earlier about who it's impacting and who it's not impacting. And how do you think about that divergence in the economy right now and how that feeds through to the broader market?
Yeah, Chanel, it always hurts the lower income cohort among us. And I grew up as a lower income cohort, and I grew up in the 70s when inflation was raging. And I babysat, I took care of people's dogs, I cleaned houses. You had to do that to make ends meet because my mom was a single parent. So I think that's what's so troubling. And now with gas edging back up and the PPI is pretty elevated, they led down when the CPI started its descent from 9.2%. They started coming down in the spring of, was that last year or the year before? So I think the fact that the PPI came in so hot is at least giving some of us pause because we may see a resurgence in inflation, and sticky inflation is still elevated in the 4.5% range.
Well, Nancy, this is a question I asked Jeff Klingelhofer over at Thornburg Investment Management, who was with us on in the last hour, like that connection or disconnect, or how do you draw the line between some of the run-ups we've seen in the semi space, NVIDIA, other names, versus what's going on Main Street in real America, people paying $6, $7 for Clorox and other things, like that disconnect between people with household debt that has really raised to significant levels and is a burden versus, again, the run-ups that we've seen in so many names?
Yeah, well, it's always been thus, unfortunately. But I think the one thing that's different this time than in the 70s is that people are still working.
Yeah.
And, we saw the revisions to the jobs gains, but still, this is a healthy labor market, despite the fact that the labor force participation rate just doesn't seem to be able to get out of its own way. But I think, too, I was looking at the NASDAQ, just like if you go back 2 years, so 22 and 23, it was down 3% cumulatively over that period. You go back 3 years, it's up 4%. So this notion that we're in a bubble, I just don't see it. As you know, we've talked about this. I've drawn an analogy to the 1990s. And I think this is the playbook the Fed's going to use. Greenspan raised rates aggressively in 94, and then he cut once in 95, sat there, and then cut twice in 96 and kept rates above 5.5% for the rest of the decade. Stocks still were able to coexist quite nicely with strong performance. I think that's the world we're in, unless something, unless things fall off the rails. But Steel Dynamics reported today, and they beat.
Right, right.
I mean, materially, a steel company, flat rolled steel. I mean, I own it, and I've been thinking about, gee, should I get out of this thing? But the industrial segment, manufacturing, is starting to turn, and I think that may be the next leg of this kind of rolling recession that's going to improve.
Go back.
So I'm still optimistic.
Go back. Forgive me. You said the Nasdaq. If you go back a couple of years, you said go back because I'm just looking at the year performances on the Nasdaq. Make that point again for me.
Oh yeah. So for 22 and 23, the cumulative return on the Nasdaq was negative 2.4%. If you go back 3 years, so this would be 2021, 2022, 2023, we're up like 4%-ish. That's approximate. I wrote it down, but I don't know what I did with it. And so, that's not a bubble. I mean, valuations are not crazy. Now, in some names they are, but in general, I think, if you look at the Mag 7, the price earnings to growth rate is 1.5 times, 2.5% for the rest of the market. So I think, investors need to take a breath. We needed a correction. If this is it, I'm glad because I'll be in buying some of the names like Adobe that got clobbered or Palo Alto Networks.
Right.
We've been trimming all those names, but this is an opportunity because this bull market is not finished yet.
Hey, Nancy, what gives you conviction that we won't see a bigger correction?
More than 10%, Shonali?
Yeah, more than 10%.
I think we could tolerate 10 to 15. I don't think that's devastating, but I don't think we're going to go down into bear market territory. And the reason for that is that earnings are still pretty robust. So interest rates are not as high as they were in the 1990s. And, the NASDAQ was up over 800% in the 90s. But more importantly, these are real businesses. We're not valuing them on clicks and eyeballs. And so our investing theme has been, as we did in the 90s, ours has been old economy companies that are pivoting to digitization and cloud computing and robotics. So think Walmart or think Xylem, a water treatment company. It's across all sectors. And then we like the suppliers of the picks and shovels. And those were the ones that were delivering really reliable earnings growth in the bear market of 2022. And so that's why we were in October, increasing our exposure to technology and consumer discretionary, because we felt like it had been way overdone. And indeed it was. And many of these companies actually benefited from higher interest rates because they have fortress balance sheets.
Right. Hey, Nancy, 30 seconds left here. My understanding, you like those companies with reliable earnings. Microsoft is one of them. Just quick, 20 seconds on Microsoft specifically, which, as we know, is up about 10, 11% this year.
Yeah, it's just an extraordinarily well-managed company, and they are increasing the use cases for generative AI. It's going to be, throughout the entire system, and I think that's going to continue to drive margins. It's not as fast of a grower as some of the other tech names that we own, but it's a reliable grower with a dividend that's growing, so that's what we like.
All right, going to leave it on that note. Hey, listen, have a great weekend. Try and get some sleep. Don't wake up that early on the weekend. Nancy Tangler, of course, CEO and Chief Investment Officer over at Laffer Tangler Investments, author of The Women's Guide to Successful Investing, joining us from Scottsdale, Arizona. In just a few minutes, Shonali will head over to our TV colleagues, count everybody down to the close on this Friday, wrap up that trading week, this triple witching Friday. This is Bloomberg.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Reckitt Benckiser Group ADRs are plunging after a jury awarded an Illinois woman $60 million in damages, saying the company's Enfamil baby formula led to the death of her premature baby. Shares are now down, trading lower by just about 14%. Tesla shares are trading close to a 52-week low. The high was $299 set last. Some of those issues that are facing Tesla.
The big issue is it's gone from being a truly excellent electric vehicle company competing against Ford and GM, which I used to cover the autos, isn't all that hard, honestly, to being a company that wants to be compared to Google and Amazon and the big tech companies more seriously because it's competing in robotics and AI and supercomputers. And competing in that field is a lot tougher than competing against the autos.
And Tesla shares are up now by 0.4%. By the way, you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Boeing has sent a so-called multi-operator message to operators of its 787 jetliner following an in-flight incident involving the long-distance jet just a few days ago, in which the plane briefly and rapidly lost altitude, injuring multiple people on board. Boeing shares are up today, higher by 0.7%. And sources tell Bloomberg Bloomberg that United Airlines is close to securing 3 dozen or more Airbus A321neo jets from aircraft lessors as it looks to replace Boeing's 737 MAX 10 orders. And those are some of our top company stories at this hour. And this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody. In just a few minutes, we're heading over to our TV colleagues. We're going to wrap up this Friday trading session. Also, the week overall. Carol Messer along with Sonali Basak in for Tim, as you know, on this Friday. Volatile day. We'll see how it all wraps up. You, though, have out your newsletter.
Weekly newsletter every Friday.
What's top of mind here?
Well, tomorrow is that anniversary, the 2-year anniversary since the Federal Reserve started its hiking cycle. And so what I did was went back and said, okay, if you're only going to get 1, 2, or 3 rate cuts, what does that mean if rates stay elevated? What else breaks?
Right.
And so what else breaks? You have to look at the consumer that is starting to crack a little bit, particularly the lower income consumers.
We just talked about this a lot.
Highly levered. There's still real estate to think about. And then also what's interesting is if you talk to the distressed credit crowd,
right,
they talk a lot about how there is way too much exuberance. We talk about the stock market, but also in the bond markets, where you see junk debt, many people piling a lot of money into the junk debt high yield markets, but a person like Bruce Richards believing that there could be hundreds of companies yet to go bankrupt or restructure still.
But we're not necessarily seeing stress in those markets, right? Or are we?
You are starting to. And you do see bankruptcies hit the tape here and there slowly. And what he expects is when you add that all up from last year, this year, and into next year, that you could get into a volume of distress that rivals 2008 and is going to actually be much larger than 2008 because it's a bigger market for high yield now than it was then. So my question is, how painful is that as it bleeds into the market? If you're a company that goes bankrupt, you tend to maybe get rid of some of your leases, ripple effect into real estate. You may lay off workers. And so there are ripple effects by seeing that kind of issue in the market.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like we've also put out stories where companies are continuing to tap high yield markets, certainly investment grade. Like they have been able to do continued issuance in this market that has been certainly moving along. So you do wonder, I don't know, if we can
gotta give.
Right, exactly. If we stay at a higher rate environment for even longer, what the implications are, right? The longer this goes on, right, the cracks maybe start to widen.
And there are some people out there starting to say maybe we see no rate cuts this year. And so this data that we watch the coming months are going to be very important. You know, Brian Higgins of King Street Capital, one of the biggest distressed investors really in the world, thinks we could see none.
But does he then see opportunities?
He sure does.
I bet he does. Talking a little bit, I just wanted to point that out. All right, folks, we're going to head over to our TV colleagues, wrap up the trading day and the week. Beyond the Bell, it starts right now.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick alongside Scarlett Fu. We're counting you down to the closing bell. Here to help take us beyond the bell. It's a global simulcast with Carol Masser, Sonali Basak in today for Tim Stenevec. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms. Here on this Friday afternoon, Carol Masser, where we're setting up here for a day of declines and, well, a week of declines, 2 rare week of declines for the S&P 500.
Yeah, absolutely. And all I have to do is look at what's going on with U.S. rates here. I'm looking at the Treasury card. You've got a 10-year one at 431. We have definitely seen a reset when it comes to the U.S. Treasury trade and the rate side of things. And I do wonder whether or not we see more momentum going into the Fed meeting or as a result of the Fed meeting next week, or do we get another reset, maybe yields maybe moving back a little bit. But really that move up has been really remarkable.
The 2-year hitting that 470 level, going above that once again. And it's interesting. People are worried about the dot plot. But what's remarkable to me is just how much uncertainty that there would be between this Fed meeting and the ones where you would actually expect rate cuts to maybe sort of kind of start to happen. Several inflation prints really hitting the tape before then.
Yeah, well, we know nothing's going to happen next week, but they will be releasing their projections for not just inflation, but where rates will be headed, as well as GDP. And that's going to kind of set the tone and show us some of their thinking as they look to eventually start cutting rates.
Yeah, and you're already seeing that reflected here in the swaps market. Everyone really expecting that dot to maybe drift down just a little bit. bit from 3 rate cuts for the year to maybe potentially 2. Whether that is the message coming out of Powell and company, we're going to have to wait until next Wednesday, of course, for that press release and that press conference. Meanwhile, here on this Friday afternoon, as we wrap up the week, right across the screen for most of the major indices, a Dow Jones Industrial Average looking like it's going to close out the day down more than 180 points, roughly about 0.5% here on the day. The S&P 500 holding right around 5,001, down about 33 points or 0.7%. The NASDAQ down 155 points or a full percent here on the day. Maybe a bright spot, if you will. It's only about 8 points. It's only about 0.4%, but the Russell 2000 is going to close out the day in the green.
All right, interesting to see. S&P 500, let me go there, guys. Not quite an even split, but close to it. 230 names, Scarlett, to the upside in the Friday trade, 273 to the downside.
And volume, of course, in the S&P 500 definitely picked up because it is triple witching, up 60% over the past 20 days. Let's take a look at the sector breakdown here. A lot of red on that screen because you've got infotech, communication services, and consumer discretionary all down at least 1%. That basically encompasses all of big tech. Your green highlights there are energy, utilities, and materials. So the commodities complex showing a little bit of resilience here, and utilities also gaining 0.1%.
All right, a lot of red there on that screen. Let's go to some of the individual gainers, if I may, in the Friday trade. And let me start with CoStar Group. Ticker is CSGP. This is number 1 gainer in the S&P 500. $38 billion market cap company, provider of commercial and residential real estate information, analytics, online marketplace. So all in when it comes to commercial real estate. Well, real estate platforms, just a little bit of a backdrop here. Generally, we saw them under pressure today. The National Association of Realtors agreeing to settle litigation over commission rules for agents in a deal that shifts the way that agents communicate about commissions, potentially resulting in lower fees. So you can understand the pressure. However, Wall Street weighing in, CoStar Group, Stevens analyst John Campbell calling it the biggest beneficiary of this, and some other analysts kind of calling it a potential beneficiary of the changes. So we did see some of them weighing in and kind of separating them out. Zillow, I don't have it up here, but I think it was one of the names that actually was under a lot of pressure as a result of this. It was down about 13%, but CoStar Group gaining more than 8% in today's session. Advanced Micro, again, among the top gainers in the NASDAQ 100 here. Bring up the trade there on that one, and this one gaining about 2% in today's session. Didn't see any fundamental news, but definitely a standout in the trade. And then one more for you. Ticker is THR, Thurman Group, machinery equipment company, heating solutions company, announcing a $50 million share buyback plan. It's about a $1 billion market cap company, but this was an outperformer, up about 5.7% in today's session. So not a name we talk about a lot, but nonetheless an outperformer here today.
And I'm going to talk about the underperformers here today, the decliners, and I'm going to give you a sampling of the indexes here. You have Adobe slumping on its outlook here. It raises questions about demand. This is one of your worst performers in the S&P 500, and it is also down the most since September of 2022. Of course, a lot of eyes on software there, but I also want to bring you the worst performer, or among the worst performers here in this Philadelphia Semiconductor Index. Speaking of technology more broadly, because you did have NXP Semiconductors being one of the worst decliners in the index there, still falling about 2.5%, really helping drag down the index. Remember, the reason I bring it up is this Netherlands-based company really fell on the heels of China asking electric vehicle firms to buy local chips. So you did see a number of firms drop on the heels of that news, first at Bloomberg News. Now, I also want to point out Immuneering here. This is a biotechnology firm that did face a wave of analyst downgrades today and cuts to its price target. This was a stock down more than 30% on the day, and one of your biggest losers here in that Russell 2000, as we were talking about a little earlier, ending up on the day.
All right, let's take a look at the yield space because it has been 5 straight days of a sell-off on that Treasury curve here, pushing yields higher on the day and on the week. In fact, we're up about 4 basis points here on the 2-year yield and only about 1 to 2 on the 10-year yield. But on a weekly basis, we're looking at a gain of about 25 to 26 basis points on that 2-year yield. That's the biggest weekly jump we've seen on a yield basis going back to October of last year. That 10-year yield also adding as well here. So an interesting dynamic coming off the back of those 2 big inflation reports this week and heading, of course, into next week's big Fed decision, and more importantly, that projection of economic conditions.
Yeah, pretty remarkable, the trade that we saw and the reset, it feels like, this week. All right, guys, I'm going to go a little bit lighter here. We've got a story about the world's most expensive and you're going to debate how to say this. Michelin.
No,
We're American. Michelin.
Well, okay. I was going the French version, but I won't do that. All right, Michelin meal. It's about $500,000. This is going to be served in space. Apparently, less than 24 hours after the trip was announced. This is about a trip into space. Many people have already asked where they can sign up. Space VIP, I think. Shanali is the company. It's a luxury space travel company, and they've hired a Danish chef from a restaurant for the 6-hour high-tech space balloon trip, which is set to debut next year. But apparently, you can eat it. It's going to be expensive.
Yeah, and here's a little about what you can expect on this journey here. The meal, remember, is about $500 million. But I guess if you could make it to space anyways, you might be able to afford that. But the chef wants the dishes to be innovative, like the journey itself. So,
well, I would hope so, Shanali. I mean, if you just went up there and he just serves you like some crudo and like, some crackers here, I think you'd all be disappointed. I'm confused. Explain this to me. So you're going up into space, right? How long do you have to stay there to have this meal?
I don't know.
Because I feel like aren't most of the consumer space flights are literally like 15 minutes or something, right? And you come back down.
Actually, the balloon trips, I think, are a little bit longer. So
okay.
you'd be up there for a few
do tell.
hours.
I've never been on a balloon trip to space, Carol Master.
Well,
you live a much more charming life.
I don't think it's started yet, so I don't think any of us.
I have another question. Do you remember when we go to the Smithsonian, you can get astronaut food or astronaut ice cream? It's freeze-dried.
Yeah, and it was
just
awful.
going to talk about that.
Are these...
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup. Obviously, more than can be said here in 20 minutes, but I will do the best I can. The most important thing, the number one lesson we try to teach startups is that the degree to which you're successful approximates the degree to which you build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it. Startups always ask us for the secret to success. They always want to believe it's something other than this, because this is really hard to do. But this is it. If you can build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it, you have done 80% of the work that you need to be a really successful startup. If you think about the most successful companies you know, Google, Facebook, whatever, you probably found out about them because a friend of yours said, you got to try this, it's great. So this is the bar. Something that people love so much they tell their friends about it. One important indicator for a product like that is a product that's simple to explain and easy to understand. If you can't explain in a few words what you do, and if at least some people don't say, oh, that's pretty interesting, that's usually a mistake. It's usually a sign of unclear thinking or a need that is not big enough.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need. Like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
From the UK, and I'm the inventor of the gel razor. And today I'm looking for an angel investor to fund my project, the gel razor, whether that's a working concept and working prototype or manufacturing possibilities with investment or to get me a licensing deal secured. If you go in any supermarket today, you will see packets of razors sold separately with tins of mousse or gel. Hence I developed the all-in-one. The idea is you pressurise the handle. The gel flows through the reservoir up to the head of the razor, coating the blades, ready for shave. My target market is 18 plus, male or female, male blue version, female pink version. What I'm looking for in an investor is someone who's passionate, determined, shares my vision. That's an important step for me, and willing to succeed as I want it to succeed myself. Patented in the UK in 2021 September. With copyright protection, I have a logo for the gel razor, which you will see on my LinkedIn profile. Currently working with a company in the US who have done me a lovely sell sheet. Big up to them guys. So if you're interested, contact me on LinkedIn profile, Paul J. Gwilt, GWILT, or email me at mufc219@gmail.com.
Of economics and politics. And one of the things he said is whoever gets to be president, they're probably going to have to face higher interest rates and more inflation than they anticipate, in part because of the things you're talking about, Carol, which is the tariffs both of them seem to favor. This is part of what Ken had to say.
10% tariffs would, I think, push up inflation. They push up interest rates. That certainly, back when Trump put in his tariffs in 2019, the Fed had to do an about face on its interest rate policy because of the uncertainty and stress that caused. So, it's one thing to talk about over a 50-year horizon. Does it matter that much if you put in tariffs? If you do it out of the blue, it's very dislocating to the economy. I think it would tend to be very recessionary, inflationary, and obviously other countries would retaliate.
Yeah, and that's Ken Rogoff making the point that President Trump did put in tariffs, particularly on China, but on Europe as well, as you recall.
Right.
And let's be honest, President Biden didn't pull them back. They're still there. So it's not a question of whether we're going to have tariffs. It looks like whichever man ends up being president, the two most likely candidates, as Shanali says, whichever it is, we're going to have tariffs.
Well, what's interesting, too, there's an economic way to look at it, and then there's also a matter of national security. And you also spoke to somebody from the Hoover Institute this week as well. What were the major takeaways there?
Yeah, we talked to Elizabeth Economy, who's at the Hoover Institute now. She was at the White House, actually, responsible for China. And we mainly talked to her about the National People's Congress. As you know, that just concluded this week, the 14th National People's Congress. And what she said was the one thing that came out of it was President Xi cares about national security and technology more than he does the economy. He's focused on that. He's not worried about what we did think China was concerned about, which was consumer spending and getting consumer going in China. That's gone by the wayside. She said, forget about reform. He's concerned about national security and technology, and that's what he's really driving. And as she pointed out, it's all about President Xi now. He's spent his term making sure he has more power. It's more centralized with him.
It's pretty remarkable. I mean, even today, I think there was right news out of China that specifically when it comes to, EV makers, let's use Chinese-made chips. Like, they are hammering really, really hard. You do wonder, I constantly think about it, and I know we've talked about this around this table with you, that these macro factors, especially when it comes to inflation, coming off what, Mr. Rogoff had to say, that there's just these different things going on, whether it's tariffs or just pushing back, that are going to kind of keep a floor under inflation, make it much more difficult and more expensive for the world, or certainly the U.S.
Exactly right, Carol. And one of the things Ken has talked about before with us, and he reiterated this time, he thinks the long-term neutral rate is higher than what the Fed thinks. He thinks the Fed is being overly optimistic, as Larry Summers does as well.
Did he give a target? Is he comfortable?
He certainly thinks it's well above 2.53%. I'm sure he said it on air, but he was talking in the fours. Which is what Larry has been talking about as well. And it's partly because of tariffs. It's also, we have things like increased defense spending. It looks like, given the geopolitical situation, we're going to be spending more on defense no matter what happens. There are structural factors like that. And let's be frank, backing off of globalization, that is inflationary.
Right.
Things cost more.
That's what I was going to ask you about. You think about what you were just saying and about how China focuses less on the economy, more on defense. Does the United States have that luxury to do that, given where our inflation picture and our interest rate picture stands today?
Well, clearly, because it is a democracy and we do have to pay attention to what the voters want. They don't like inflation. That's one thing that I think President Biden's got the message on at this point pretty loud and clear, because the economy is doing extraordinarily well. We're the envy of the world, and yet a lot of voters are very dissatisfied. And I think most people think it's because of inflation. So we don't have that luxury is the answer. At the same time, there are very substantial national security issues. And that takes us back to what Carol was talking about, TikTok to some extent, which a lot of people think is a really legitimate national security issue.
And we're still waiting for TikTok to meet the House, or the Senate rather, for that bill that we've been talking about. Hey, I'm really curious also about another big conversation that Henry McVeigh from KKR, not coming back from China, but coming back from India. You've seen a lot of investors pivot.
The shift has slowly happened, or rapidly picking up momentum.
And you see it in foreign direct investment, of course, where China has really retrenched. There's a lot of investment. And Henry McVeigh, and you know him well, Shanali, said, you know, private money wants to go to India right now. That he went for the first time for an in-depth review of India 12 years ago, and he compares and contrasts the difference between then and now, and he attributes a lot of it to Modi, Prime Minister Modi. But he said the growth is up, the inflation is relatively under control. They really are investing in, unlike China, in their personal consumption. Personal consumption is up. They've done a lot of interesting things with their technology, giving everybody an electronic bank account, for example, that they didn't have before. There's a lot of revolutionary things going on. He thinks it's a real investment opportunity in India now.
Is it opportunity, or is it a real shift away from the other 1 billion plus population, meaning China, and the hopes there to India? Or is anybody making that big leap?
You can't beat somebody with nobody, and now there's somebody. That's the way I put it. You know, there was a time it had to go into China, because where are you going to put it?
Right.
And now, well, there actually is another alternative that has some attraction to it.
Now, how do you see also, you know, we were talking so much around the world, but, you know, I think into the Fed meeting next week, there's so many concerns here about not just inflation, but the fact that interest rates have to stay higher no matter what, that neutral rate. You talked to somebody in the commercial real estate industry.
Yeah, exactly. This is interesting. I didn't really know her before. I don't think Michelle Mackay is her name. It's spelled McKay, but she's Scottish, and she likes to be Mackay. She's the CEO, has been since last July, of Cushman & Wakefield. And we hear a lot about commercial real estate and the problems of commercial real estate.
Yeah.
One interesting thing that I'd point out about Cushman & Wakefield is they're half transactions, leasing and selling, half services. They supply, they do all the cleaning at Harvard, for example.
Right.
You know, they do it in the United States as well as Asia, as well as Europe. And so they have a view as well as how the buildings are being used, not just what's getting leased.
And?
She thinks on the transaction side, it's coming back. It's starting to. She thinks 24 will continue to be struggling, but by 25, it'll be in good shape. And she also divides it up to the three pieces. She says that there's something like One Vanderbilt, which just never had a problem. Everybody wanted to go in there.
Building.
Exactly right. And they were willing to pay any amount of money for it.
Top tier.
Exactly.
The Dell family office, I think, is in there. Michael Dell's companies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then there's like a third that is really troubled. It's just a troubled business.
Yep.
And some of, you know, so the older office buildings, she said some suburban places. And then she says there's a substantial part in the middle, and that's where the action is. That's where things are starting to come back, and there is some interest, and they are starting to do some leases, things like that. So she said it's a more nuanced story, as often happens with commercial real estate.
No St. Patrick's Day in the show?
Oh boy, we missed that. We missed that.
There's always next year.
Yeah,
There's always next year. A great kind of around the world and kind of the major issues that are on everybody's mind. David, thank you.
Thank you.
As always, Wall Street Week, Bloomberg Wall Street Week with David Weston, coming your way on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. You can find that at 6 p.m. Wall Street time. All right, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Shanali Bosick. We are going to do something for St. Patty's Day. Maybe David a little bit later can stop by, but we're going to have a little bit, or at least we're going to talk whiskey. I don't know if we're going to sample.
Maybe David will stop by if there are whiskey sampling.
He does have a show.
Count on it. Count on it.
He does have a show to do.
As long as there's a single malt. I mean,
Done. All right, you are listening and watching Bloomberg.
It's 4:20 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Lots of red on the screen. Down week, 2 in a row for the S&P 500 index. On the week, a drop of just about 0.1%. Stocks slumped as well today. 33-point drop in the S&P 500 index. Now at 51.17, down today by 0.65%. Dow Industrials down 190, lower by 0.5%. The Nasdaq Composite Index was down 155, a drop today of 1%. Stocks fell at the end of a jittery week. Lots of economic data this week. 10-year 4.30%, with a 2-year at 4.72%. Gold, spot gold down 0.2%, 21.58 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.3%, 81.02.
Another thing that startups need to look for is a market that is either started to undergo or is soon going to undergo exponential growth. I think this is actually related to one of the biggest mistakes investors make when evaluating startups. Investors always say, well, what's your growth rate? We care about the growth rate. Investors will forgive smallish revenue today if it's growing quickly. For some reason, people don't think about markets this way. But if you think about the most important startups, they are the ones that I start in small markets that are growing very, very quickly. 11 years ago, the market for iPhone apps was $0. It's now huge. And I think if you only think about the TAM today, you'll make a big mistake. What you really want to do is identify a market that's going to grow every year and be able to ride that up elevator.
Welcome to the digital age. Are you struggling to stand out here? Don't worry. Meet Blue TV, who is your digital superhero.
Blue TV is a multi-purpose online media network that also provides digital marketing services. We are based in Islamabad, Pakistan. We are expert in creative marketing, social media and digital marketing, search engine optimization, web design, page rank, and SERPs, video editing, recording and production.
So, what are you waiting for? Pick up the phone and call or WhatsApp Blue TV on given number, or visit our Facebook page at facebook.com/blue.online.tv.
With Blue TV, your business growth will be skyrocketed.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
Well, I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need, like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
My general advice is continue to seek out companies or people that are maybe one stage or two stages ahead of you. And I think this is generalizable to not just to startups, but anyone seeking fast growth in their own professional lives, in their careers too. What does greatness look like? Try to seek out people who've been there, done that before, and then try to not connect with one, but try to interview 3, 5, 10 people to see what is a general pattern of greatness that look like that will get you to the next level of the company, next stage, maybe a year, 12 months from now, 24 months from now. Seek out people who kind of went down that path a few times. Then you'll start to find this pattern that start to emerge. What are things that you need to have 12 months from now, 24 months from now that you currently don't have? Then try to like build a path towards that. Almost like Amazon's or Jeff Bezos' mantra of working backwards. Think about what your end game or next stage look like, and then figure out your steps to getting there, and who do you need to work with, upgrading or coaching your existing team or recruiting from somewhere else to really level your leadership. Because ultimately, the job of a CEO is to do 3 things, right? One is get the strategy right for your company, making sure it's executed, get the right teams onboarded, getting the resources, whether it be fundraising or allocating your resources. So it's strategy, people, or team, figuring out how you need to navigate those things to get to the next level.
Day on Sunday. And lots of celebrating to come all weekend long. For those of you who are fans of whiskey, lots to sample and honor. There's Irish whiskey, there's Scotch whiskey, there's U.S. whiskey, there's Canadian whiskey. There's a lot. It's a big market. And with us to talk about it is Aidan Megan. He's founder of Natterjack Irish Whiskey, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Did I say your name correctly?
You absolutely rocked it. Yeah, perfect.
Wonderful, wonderful. How are you? And
I'm
welcome,
amazing,
welcome.
thank you.
You are amazing. There's lots of whiskeys out there. The market, I was going to throw a number. Our Bloomberg News noting late last year that a global market for whiskey is valued at approximately $140 billion. Big market, lots of players. How did a former London trader get to Natterjack Irish Whiskey?
That's a super question, right? So back in kind of 2016, I had a great career trading. I loved it. I had an amazing team and I learned so much. But it's kind of abstract, right? So you're looking at a screen. You don't actually hold what you're creating. You're creating wealth or, and you're working really hard for something. You never actually hold it. And I was like, I wanted to go away and I wanted to build something that I could hold, right? Yeah. And that was just at a very base level. And I was, I figured...
Yeah, but why whiskey? You could hold a pair of shoes. You could hold
absolutely.
a watch.
Well, do you know, interestingly, right? My granddad owned bars, Jack Lachine, years ago, right? Nice. And I went to see him when I was working. I always worked in restaurants, and that was always my favorite job. Waiting tables was amazing. Being a bartender was amazing. And I said to him, I'm thinking about opening a bar. And he was in his 80s. He's like, don't open a bar. Sell the beer to the bar. And I was like, okay. So when I was trading, I was like, okay, well, my background was hospitality before trading, so what would I do? So I've looked at all the different, like maybe a winery would have been amazing, but I mean, I'm Irish. Who's going to, like, what do I know about running a winery, right? So
it's a harder sell.
Exactly, but I figured Irish whiskey had missed me. I had a favorite bourbon, but I didn't have a favorite Irish whiskey. So I was like, if it missed me, maybe it's missed a load of people. So I went off on this kind of mad year-and-a-half journey, learning how to make whiskey, and
you actually learned how to make it.
Oh yeah. I went and worked in Breckenridge in Colorado with Jordan Via, who's still our master distiller because he's much better at it than me. So, but I went and learned. I stayed with him for a month, working double shifts at the distillery, and kind of built a relationship there, and then built a team and came up with a brand, and we launched in 2019.
How hard of a learning curve was it for you?
It's interesting. It was the terminology was the hardest, right? So when you go and you go into a distillery, people talk about different things. And the one thing I could never work out was when people said they pitch the yeast, right? I couldn't work it out. It's like, is it a temperature thing? Is it the type of yeast?
What is pitch?
It means throw the yeast in.
Okay,
That's
good.
it.
Okay.
But it's an American term. You pitch the yeast, right?
All right, so it sounds easy, but it's not.
It actually is really easy. You just need to know the amount. Yeah, so there's a huge amount of science behind it. But I learned the kind of the art of it as well, and the art of coming up with the flavor profiles, and really working on what flavor profiles I wanted to create.
Well, let's go there, because like you, I like bourbon versus whiskey.
Mm-hmm.
But so tell me, like, how did you figure out where you wanted to go in terms of the taste profile?
So Jordan and I would sit down with samples of what we were going to be able to blend with, and we'd just talk about it. It's very olfactory, right? So it's what is it you want more of? Do you want more mid-palate sweetness? Do you want more length? And all of these things, and we worked on the blend. I'd fly over with the samples because I was in Ireland at the time. I'd fly over. I'd meet Jordan largely in New York, and we'd work on it that way. And eventually, we come up with what we wanted as a flavor profile from the base spirit. Jordan's genius was, he was like, we need to put this into virgin American oak, and we need to really ramp up the char. So what we did was, with Natterjack Blend 1, which we'll taste in a second, is we put it into ex-bourbon barrels for 3.5 years, which basically
it's always
all
about
Irish
the
whiskey
barrels,
is.
isn't it?
It is. That's where the colour and the flavour comes from, right? Well, now, the base spirit adds a huge amount of depth and complexity as well, but for me, it's a lot about the wood. And so we put it for a year into virgin oak, char number 4, which we sourced from Seguin Moreau in Napa. And we actually took, this is back in 2019, Faye and I took our son Gussie to Seguin Moreau. And we have pictures of him as a 1-year-old with all these flames around the place. Just amazing scenes.
Pretty
and
cool.
The smells of cooperages and distilleries are just amazing.
So you launched in 2019, 2020, the global pandemic.
Right.
What was that like?
It was a misery, right? So 2019 was amazing. By the end of it, by the end of our first year, which was only kind of 10 months of trading, we were in 6 US markets and 4 global markets, right? And just the world was incredible. And I went on this 10-day, 5-market trip in the States, and I came back from it. I did Washington, Chicago, New Hampshire, Florida, and New York, right? And I came back and I was like, Faye, we need to go to the States. This is where this is going to live and die. The entrepreneurial spirit of tell me more about your brand exists here very viscerally in a way I didn't find it in Ireland. So I was like, let's go. And this is end of 2019, and we're like, let's go.
We're going to talk more about this in just a moment, and we're going to do a little sampling. So don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with Aidan. He's, of course, the founder of Natterjack Irish Whiskey. Do want to mention a story crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Hertz Global Holdings replacing its chief executive officer in the wake of a disastrous bet on EVs, electric vehicles. We've talked about this, that the company began unwinding in recent months. This story, according to people familiar with the matter, so Stephen Scher, who ran Hertz for just over 2 years after 3 decades at Goldman, has decided to step down. I should point out, Hertz shares in the aftermarket down about 1%.
Yeah, you have to understand that this was a big move when Stephen Scher had gone from Goldman to Hertz, and of course, a lot went wrong at Hertz in that time. Some in his control, some part of the market as well. And Hertz had just emerged from bankruptcy when he joined, and so really under new owners, Knighthead, Certeris, they really had changed their strategy. They're hiring now the former COO of General Motors Cruise Robotaxi unit. So let's see where the new direction of course, this iconic company goes next.
Jill West coming in as the new leader there. It's really interesting, though, and we do know that they really kind of doubled down on the EV space there, so definitely a different tone here, and certainly a new now C-suite there. All right, that stock now up about 1% in the aftermarket. All right, let's get a check on world and national news. Back to D.C. we go. Amy Morris is on it. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Carol. Prosecutors say Sam Bankman-Fried should get as much as 50 years behind bars for his role in the collapse of his FTX cryptocurrency exchange in what is likely the, quote, largest fraud of the past decade.
We have to remember the government asked the judge to impose far less than the 100 years recommended in the sentencing guidelines because he had been convicted for so many charges here.
Sonali Bashik on Bloomberg Business Week. Israel's war cabinet approved an assault on the Gazan city of Rafah, an indication that they're ready to step up their military campaign against Hamas with ceasefire talks ongoing. U.S. officials are urging for the evacuation of civilians before fighting begins, but Bloomberg's Nick Wadham says it may be difficult to slow down Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu now that the assault has been approved.
There are very few people we have Netanyahu's ear who can slow him down and make sure that that plan meets the specifications that the U.S. wants.
1.5 million Palestinians are sheltering in the city. President Biden praised remarks from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer criticizing Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Had a good speech, and I think he expressed a serious concern shared not only by him, but by many Americans.
Schumer had called for new Israeli elections and the replacement of Netanyahu. Fulton County, Georgia Judge Scott McAfee ruling District Attorney Fonnie Willis's relationship with lead prosecutor Nathan Wade was improper, but the appearance of a conflict or of interest is resolved if Wade removes himself from the election interference case against Donald Trump, which he did today. And speaking of Trump, his former Vice President Mike Pence told Fox News today he will not be endorsing him for president. And you should know this is day 2 of the PGA Tour's Players Championship, round 2 underway in Florida. American Wyndham Clark remains atop the leaderboard at last check. Global news 24 hours a day of whatever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup. Obviously, more than can be said here in 20 minutes, but I will do the best I can. The most important thing, the number one lesson we try to teach startups is that the degree to which you're successful approximates the degree to which you build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it. Startups always ask us for the secret to success. They always want to believe it's something other than this, because this is really hard to do. But this is it. If you can build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it, you have done 80% of the work that you need to be a really successful startup. If you think about the most successful companies you know, Google, Facebook, whatever, you probably found out about them because a friend of yours said, you got to try this, it's great. So this is the bar. Something that people love so much they tell their friends about it. One important indicator for a product like that is a product that's simple to explain and easy to understand. If you can't explain in a few words what you do, and if at least some people don't say, oh, that's pretty interesting, that's usually a mistake. It's usually a sign of unclear thinking or a need that is not big enough.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need. Like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Ratio.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
From the UK, and I'm the inventor of the gel razor. And today I'm looking for an angel investor to fund my project, the gel razor, whether that's a working concept and working prototype, or manufacturing possibilities with investment, or to get me a licensing deal secured. If you go in any supermarket today, you will see packets of razors sold separately with tins of mousse or gel. Hence I developed all in one. The idea is you pressurize the handle. The gel flows through the reservoir up to the head of the razor, coating the blades, ready for shave. My target market is 18 plus, male or female, male blue version, female pink version. What I'm looking for in an investor is someone who's passionate, determined, shares my vision, that's an important step for me, and willing to succeed as I want it to succeed myself. Patented in the UK in 2021 September with copyright protection. I have a logo for the gel razor, which you will see on my LinkedIn profile. Currently working with a company in the US who have done me a lovely sell sheet. Big up to them guys. So if you're interested, contact me on LinkedIn profile, Paul J. Gwilt, GWILT, or email me at mufc219@gmail.com.
Its chief executive officer in the wake of a disastrous bet on electric vehicles that the company began unwinding in recent months. Stephen Scherr, who ran Hertz for just over 2 years after 3 decades at Goldman Sachs, has decided to step down. Now, the car renter says it is replacing him with Gil West, the former chief operating officer of GM's Cruise robo-taxi unit. So again, repeating our top story at this hour, Hertz Global Holdings is replacing its CEO. It was a down Friday, a losing week as well for the U.S. stock market, with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all declining. Second week of losses for the S&P. On the week, the S&P was down 0.1%. Today, down 33 points to end the week, heading into the weekend at 51.17, a drop of 0.6%. Dow Industrials down 190, a decline of 0.5%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 155, down by 1%. 10-year yield 4.30% with a 2-year 4.72%. Spot gold lower by $4 the ounce to $21.57, down 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.3%, $80.98 a barrel, so holding above $80. And Bitcoin today was down 3.9%. Bitcoin now at $67,800 in a very volatile session. So a down day, but what about the overall market backdrop? That question for Nancy Tengler, CEO and CIO at Laffer Tengler Investments, who was the guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
Valuations are not crazy. Now, in some names they are, but in general, I think, even if you look at the Mag 7, the price earnings to growth rate is 1.5 times, 2.5% for the rest of the market. So I think, investors need to take a breath. We needed a correction. If this is it, I'm glad, because I'll be in buying some of the names like Adobe that got clobbered or Palo Alto Networks.
Right.
We've been trimming all those names, but this is an opportunity because this bull market is not finished yet.
And you can hear more of the conversation on the Bloomberg Business Week podcast, and she alluded to Adobe plunging today by 13.7%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 33, a drop of 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master along with Sonali Bosick in for Tim on this Friday. I want to get back to our guest. Still with us is Aidan Megan. He's founder of Natterjack Irish Whiskey here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're going to sample a little bit in honor of St. Patty's Day. Before we do, and I'm going to tweet it out, and maybe I can show it for those folks, there's a frog on your label. It's really kind of a cool looking frog. It's a spirited toad, actually, right?
Yeah, it is, yeah. It's the only toad indigenous to Ireland, but it's a very Irish toad. It can't hop, it walks, it can't swim, it drowns. It does things its own way to survive, much like ourselves. But interestingly, it has a gestation period from toadlet, which is a baby toad, to fully grown toad of 3 years. Irish whiskey takes 3 years to become whiskey from new make. It has
So you thought about this?
Oh, absolutely. It has a mating call that can be heard 2 kilometers away, like some of the best whiskey drinkers, and it's nocturnal like all the best whiskey drinkers.
As you said, you really thought about the brand and the packaging. I'm going to open it up and pour some. Whoop, there's the thing. Tell us about, though, Tough Time, because you guys were around during COVID.
Yes, we launched...
Oh, actually, before we do that, what are we trying?
Oh, you're trying Natterjack Blend number 1, which is our flagship product. It is triple distilled, finished for a year in virgin oak, so 3.5 years ex-bourbon, 1 year virgin oak. And it's 80 proof and is the smoothest, easiest drinking whiskey you're ever going to come across. As a friend of mine said, it's great drinking whiskey.
80 proof. Man.
We only have 5 minutes to go, girl. You can
You're totally fine.
Okay, so talk to us about COVID, where you probably could have used a lot of this because that's a tough time.
Exactly. So
it smells pretty amazing.
Lockdown.
This smells like a lot of bourbon.
Yeah,
but
that's
it
the
smells
original.
kind of almost sweeter.
There's a little bit of sweetness on the nose. Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, and it goes incredibly into Manhattan. So if you're drinking,
I was thinking whiskey sour, which my dad used to make a lot growing up.
Yeah. So yeah, 2020, right? Things shut down, and I'll give you an example. Our biggest client in Ireland was the airport. Flights are gone, right? So immediately your business in Ireland's gone, right? Business in the US, we had to pivot from the on-prem to the off-prem. That involved changing, our packaging, that sort of thing. And so what happens is over the time period of the first few months of COVID, you're not having any revenue. Your fixed costs remain the same. We still had staff, and
There's nothing coming in.
There's nothing coming in, and so we tried our best to stay afloat, and then. Obviously, after a while, investors don't want to hear that COVID is the problem. A problem was, like Pernod Ricard or Diageo, their numbers were quite good during COVID because, as far as I could see it, they owned every point on the shelf from a $10 bottle to an $80 bottle. We only had one SKU, which is what we're drinking right now, one product.
And how much
does
this cost?
That is, in New York, $38.
Okay. So how do you define that? Who is buying it? Do you find it at a bar? Or do you find it?
You find it at bars, yeah. So we priced it very much for the cocktail list in bars because that's where people will see it on the menu, and that's a really important part of the sales strategy.
I would say for an 80 proof
that's a really nice.
It doesn't go down hard.
No,
it's it's not sweet, but it's kind of a softer.
Exactly, and the triple distillation of Irish whiskey does make it smooth, but then the virgin oak really rounds off those edges.
All right, I'm going to take the glasses back. You're going to tell us about the second bottle, and I'll pour it. And
so this is
Let me do this first.
This is our cask strength, right? And the idea behind this was it was going to be true cask strength, no messing around, right? So it's what comes out of the barrel. It goes through a sieve and it goes into the bottle. That's it. This is truly what's in the barrel. So I get a phone call in December, and it's from Jim Murray of the Whiskey Bible. And I didn't recognize the number, and I answered the phone, and he said, "Hi, it's Jim Murray." And I was like, "Yeah, of course it is." Why would Jim Murray be
Wait,
calling
who
me?
who is
Jim
this?
Murray has the Whiskey Bible. He's very famous in the industry,
okay,
so
got
for
it.
reviewing.
Okay.
And I was like, this is one of my mates. Like, there's no way Jim Murray's calling me. So he's like, no, it is Jim Murray. And I was like, someone get me Jim Murray's number.
Is this the Irish Whiskey of the Year for 2024?
2024, yeah.
Keep
It
going,
beat
keep
out.
going.
It beat out all of our friends at
This one,
Middleton.
the one
yeah,
we're about
beat
to-
out,
All right, so
beat
you,
out 30-year-old.
I feel like you're a little bit of a connoisseur.
Okay.
More than me.
You're gonna laugh at me.
You like the other one?
No, but in college, when I didn't want to go out, I used to tell people I'm hanging out with my boyfriends, Jack and Jim.
Amazing.
Did you really?
I sure did. We're news people. We
All
like
right,
to
we're gonna
read
talk
and
more
watch
about
CNN
this.
and Bloomberg.
There's a definite difference, though.
Oh, huge, yeah. And the mouthfeel is different. There's loads of butterscotch on this.
Yeah, I smell the butterscotch.
Yeah, and we were just amazed. So eventually I worked out that it was Jim Murray on the phone, and he said, "You've won Irish Whiskey of the Year. It's the best Irish whiskey I've tasted in years and years. What you've done is incredible." And I was like,
butterscotch is
"This is
cool.
amazing." Yeah.
So more inclined for people to drink it as is versus the other one?
So actually, that one I put over a big cube of ice,
Okay.
drink it over an hour, and as it dilutes, it tells a story all of its own. So I think it's amazing.
It's really lovely. I
This-
am
this one, the
not a
butterscotch
whiskey drinker, but this is really lovely. How do you distinguish yourself? As we talked about, like some of the giants, man, they have, they can go with a bunch of different varieties. How do you kind of get yourself noticed in a market that has a lot of choices?
So you got to do something different, right? If we called it Whiskey Aidan Megan's whiskey, the three of us wouldn't be sitting here today, right? I'd probably be back in a different job. So Natterjack stood out. The toad stands out.
Seriously, as simple as the name
But the whiskey has to be good. I'll tell you, back when we were seeing people at the start, loads of people told us, don't worry about what's in the bottle. It's only the brand. But that's actually not true, because people really come. The first sale you'll get, second sale, it's got to be
You'll
good.
buy it because the bottle looks cool, and then you'll take it home and say never again.
Exactly.
I'm going to ask the most Wall Street question ever. The investment banking reporter for years, of course, is going to ask you this. What are your bigger ambitions? Is the idea here to get rolled up by the likes of a Diageo one day?
Maybe one day, and our investors will want to return, right? But realistically, so we're in 14 global markets and 16 US markets now, right? From the back of being out of money at the end of 2022, it's been an amazing transformation. We have an incredible board and investors who support us. So honestly, my passion and drive for this is to create a global brand. And would I sell it in the morning? No, maybe, but maybe not. It just depends, right? Like you look at Tito's; they haven't sold,
right?
So it just depends on what happens at a certain time. But look, I was a trader; everything has a price, right? That's the truth.
Well said.
If someone comes in with a big bid, you hit the bid. That's it, right? But it's been amazing, and the growth is growing incredibly. And just before I walked in, we got national order from one of the big chains in the country. So St. Paddy's Day weekend is looking good already.
So that's a big deal.
Huge.
Well,
We've been working really hard on it.
Happy St. Paddy's Day. Is there more choices to come? Like, do you build this out?
Yeah, so I'll tell you, there's
Real quickly.
Very quickly, we've got something called Natterjack the Mistake, because I left 100 barrels in barrel for a year too long. I completely screwed up.
Oh my
It
God.
says it on the back, and the label's a mistake, and we're launching it in April. Who launches an Irish whiskey in April? It's a mistake. The whole thing's a mistake. We try and tell everything truthfully all the time. You're done.
All right, we gotta go. Aidan, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
A real joy. Aidan Megan, he's founder of Natterjack Irish Whiskey.
Another thing that startups need to look for is a market that is either started to undergo or is soon going to undergo exponential growth. I think this is actually related to one of the biggest mistakes investors make when evaluating startups. Investors always say, well, what's your growth rate? We care about the growth rate. Investors will forgive smallish revenue today if it's growing quickly. For some reason, people don't think about markets this way. But if you think about the most important startups, they are the ones that I start in small markets that are growing very, very quickly. 11 years ago, the market for iPhone apps was $0. It's now huge. And I think if you only think about the TAM today, you'll make a big mistake. What you really want to do is identify a market that's going to grow every year and be able to ride that up elevator.
Welcome to the digital age. Are you struggling to stand out here? Don't worry. Meet Blue TV, who is your digital superhero.
Blue TV is a multi-purpose online media network that also provides digital marketing services. We are based in Islamabad, Pakistan. We are expert in creative marketing, social media and digital marketing, search engine optimization, web design, page rank, and SERPs, video editing, recording and production.
So, what are you waiting for? Pick up the phone and call or WhatsApp Blue TV on given number, or visit our Facebook page at facebook.com/blue.online.tv.
With Blue TV, your business growth will be skyrocketed.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need, like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
My general advice is continue to seek out companies or people that are maybe one stage or two stages ahead of you. And I think this is generalizable to not just to startups, but anyone seeking fast growth in their own professional lives, in their careers too. What does greatness look like? Try to seek out people who've been there, done that before, and then try to not connect with one, but try to interview 3, 5, 10 people to see what is a general pattern of greatness that look like that will get you to the next level of the company, next stage, maybe a year, 12 months from now, 24 months from now. Seek out people who kind of went down that path a few times. Then you'll start to find this pattern that start to emerge. What are things that you need to have 12 months from now, 24 months from now that you currently don't have? Then try to like build a path towards that. It's almost like Amazon's or Jeff Bezos' mantra of working backwards. Think about what your end game or next stage look like, and then figure out your steps to getting there and who do you need to work with, upgrading or coaching your existing team or recruiting from somewhere else to really level your leadership. Because ultimately, the job of a CEO is to do 3 things, right? One is get the strategy right for your company, making sure it's executed, get the right teams onboarded, getting the resources, whether it be fundraising or allocating your resources. So it's strategy, people, or team, figuring out how you need to navigate those things to get to the next level.
A good mood in the studio.
Absolutely.
But before that, we're going to get a check on the latest world and national news with Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 991 newsroom in Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Sonali. Prosecutors say Sam Bankman-Fried should get as much as 50 years behind bars for his role in the collapse of his FTX cryptocurrency exchange, calling it likely the largest fraud of the last decade. In a court filing, the government is asking for less than the 100 years recommended for the fraud, but more than the 6.5-year minimum. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he's approved plans for a military operation in Rafah in southern Gaza. Officials in the Biden administration refused to endorse it. Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
We have to see a clear and implementable plan, not only to get civilians out of harm's way, but also to make sure that once out of harm's way, they're appropriately cared for with shelter, with food, with medicine, with clothing, And we've not yet seen such a plan.
Netanyahu says the plan includes the evacuation of the civilian population, more than 1.4 million people, to other parts of Gaza where they'd be cared for by humanitarian groups. Meanwhile, President Biden praised remarks from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer criticizing Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, saying the speech reflected concerns about the war in Gaza. Schumer yesterday called for new Israeli elections and the replacement of Netanyahu. The United States and allies are warning Iran that major Western economies will pile new sanctions on Tehran if it moves forward with an emerging plan to provide ballistic missiles to Russia for its war with Ukraine. And former Vice President Mike Pence told Fox News today Donald Trump does not have his support for president.
It should come as no surprise that I will not be endorsing Donald Trump this year.
Pence's relationship soured with Trump after the January 6th riots. This is day 2 of the PGA Tour's Players Championship. Round 2 is wrapping up now in Florida. American Wyndham Clark remains atop the leaderboard. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg. Carolyn Sinelli.
All right. Thank you so much, Amy Morris there in D.C. Carol Master along with Sonali Basak here for Tim. Just got a couple of minutes to go. The week that was.
Wow. I mean, the markets themselves were kind of wild. If you think about it, it's been a slow bleed
Especially
in markets.
on the Treasury trade, right?
Totally. There was a bond sell-off, there was a stock sell-off. And
Yeah,
that's all
true.
before you have really the biggest moment of the month, the Fed next week.
The other thing I would say is like, right, you look at the S&P 500, still up 7% so far this year. You look at the NASDAQ 100, right, that is up about 6% here and definitely got a haircut, right, because of some of the pullback. But nonetheless, still, there's been a lot of momentum, and we talked about this with Abigail, like to see, I think a lot of market watchers, Nancy Tengler was saying it, right? I'd love to see a little bit of a pullback because I'll come in and buy.
Yeah, totally. And you have to see the other indices as well. There's been this concept in the market about deepening the breadth of the market, not just buying those Magnificent Seven names, not just buying those semiconductor names, but starting to buy into some of those beaten down sectors. If you believe that there's no recession ahead, then don't you feel pretty good about those sectors that have sold off last year? Aren't those the ones eventually that'll rise? Depends on a lot of things still.
Absolutely. I think there's still a fair amount of questions, and this is why you see some of the swings that we do. I mean, I'm looking at something like the Russell, the small caps. I mean, they were down 2% this week, which I really think speaks to domestically maybe the sentiment or concerns about things starting to, we're seeing some weakness in some data points, and this is what kind of confuses the picture.
Totally. The Russell 2000 is my favorite index to watch because that's the one that everyone thought was going to finally get some love.